Hello and welcome to Motorland or Arágon, your home for round 5 and 3 in some cases of the GT Winter Series and the Giedlick Racing Winter Series package. It is of course round 3 for our Formula cars as well as the returning prototype categories, but it is the 5th event of the Giedlick GT Winter Series season. Myself, Adam Weller, joining you in the commentary box as ever, and this weekend I'm delighted to say we've got Lukas Gajewski back with us alongside Izzy Browning joining us for the first time. We're running into the evening this time around. We're going to have some racing into the night in the prototype Winter Series as well as some of the GT classes a little later on. So it will be formulas out there first today at this circuit. A really spectacular circuit, a lot of elevation change, 18 corners total. And certainly a circuit revered by a great many drivers. There are several sections of this circuit that can really catch you out if you get it wrong. Of course, the showpieces here, and I do use plural on this, you've got the corkscrew section of the circuit that reminds many people of Laguna Seca over in California. You've got the famous wall in the final sector of the circuit, and then of course you've got the real showpiece, which is that huge kilometre plus straight at the end of the lap. I'm sure that in the Formula Winter Series in particular, that is going to be quite the sight on the first lap as everyone tries to break the slipstream running down the main straight. But we do have a wonderful and varied variety of events or categories to bring you. Of course, we have the Formula Wind Series. They will be out there first. We also have the GTs, the GT4s, and the returning prototypes. But we do have a fifth category as well. Joining us next time out, our next broadcast on Sunday morning, we will have the Eurocup 3 category joining us for a non-championship event, a bit of a winter warmer before they dive into their main season in Spa in April. And I'm sure there are some comparisons to be made between the Spa-Francorchamps layout and this one. The elevation changes perhaps slightly less dramatic here in Arágon, but having walked this circuit earlier in the week, I can attest to just how steep and how elevated it is in certain sections. Some brilliant views around this 5.3 kilometer circuit. As you can see, the grids for the Formula Wind Series is now heading out onto the circuit. 38 cars in the Formula Winter Series. Once again, we've got some new drivers as well as returning faces, the likes of Keanu Alazari looking to make their mark in their first appearance in the Formula Winter Series, and I would say Keanu is certainly doing that so far. He is our pole sitter for this Formula Winter Series race. It will be 30 minutes plus 1 lap. We've had some wonderful sunny conditions across the weekend, but as you can see, looking at the weather currently, it has clouded over. It has gotten a bit darker here around the Alcanese region, and we'll have to see whether things stay dry. There was a whiff, a spit, an iota of rain in the paddock earlier on, which had people, as always, looking at myself and the Alpha Live production crew as English people. It's obviously our fault when it rains, but thankfully it looks like we are going to have dry conditions for today's racing. It will be Keanu Alazari then that lines up in the 87 car for MP Motorsport. Of course, that was in the hands of Carl Nagy over the course of the last few events. It has now been transferred over to Keanu Alazari, who comes in really with some very significant momentum after a very strong campaign in the F4 UAE category. He is going to be one to watch certainly, and it's another new driver actually that joins him on the front row for this race. It will be Jack Beaton replacing Matthias Ferreira at Us Racing, who starts alongside on the front row of the grid. So some interesting new talent for certain. Alazari and Beaton, of course, coming off the Southeast Asian Formula 4 Championship, a title that he won at the tail end of 2023. You see there some of the cars, almost all of the cars as a matter of fact, going back into pit lane here. Of course, they want to try and get a practice start in, bed the clutches in, make sure everything is all systems go for the standing start at the beginning of this race. They do need to be careful. Those of you who are watching the season opener for Formula Wind Series at Jerez will remember that a few drivers had to start from the pit lane on account of not getting out of the pits quick enough while they were trying to do their practice starts in a second installation lap. So everyone needs to mind their P's and Q's and make sure that they get that done in good time. Other news to bring you in terms of FWS, of course, we have a very interesting debutant in the form of Enzo Tarnvinichkal. Now, Enzo did not have a particularly smooth qualifying. He was one of a couple of drivers who received a black flag for track limits during qualifying earlier on in the day, so he's going to be starting this race from 36th on the grid, so he's going to have a lot to do. Enzo Tarnvinichkal wearing the distinctive Red Bull livery, the full Red Bull livery. Both he and James Agozi are Red Bull backed, albeit the car is completely decked out in the case of Enzo Tarnvinichkal. and a former world karting champion, a driver that we are very excited to see make his car racing debut. Andres Cardenas, one of our 2 drivers on 108 points at the front end of the championship order. Now he sits 3rd on the grid. It's not quite such a rosy story, however, for his closest championship adversary, Griffin Peebles. He is set to start from 17th on this grid, so Peebles is certainly going to have his work cut out for him in this race. Peebles technically leading the championship on countback, even though both drivers have 108 points to their name. That statistic is likely not going to hold weight beyond race 1 of the weekend. It is a very close battle there. Of course, their closest competition in the championship was Matias Ferreira, so he currently sits, well, 2nd in the championship, 3rd in the championship in reality, since we got a tie for P1. So that means that the next closest competition is Maciej Guadish, and Maciej Guadish has once again shown what he is capable of. He will line up 5th place on this grid behind Gianmarco Pradel. Of course, Gianmarco Pradel was on the podium in Valencia after a infringement for Maciej Guadish. Maciej Guadish was judged to have started beyond his pit slot in the Valencia second race as a matter of fact, but that was then overturned. Some more data yielded a lifting of the penalty, so Gianmarco Pradel was on the overall podium, but Maciej Guadish then inherited it back. So Pradel, starting from 4th on the grid, will be very keen to try and get a podium in this one. We can get a better view though of the cars lining up on the grid though. For the first time this weekend and for the first time in the Winter Series package, we can head down to Izzy Browning, who'll bring you all the news and information from the grid.
Hello everyone, as Adam said, my first time in the Winter Series paddock. We are here at the beautiful Motorland Arágon, and we, as always, as Chris did, are going to show you the run down to turn 1. So the run down to turn 1, we've got that left-hander at the end. Johnny, if you just point the camera down there. As Adam's kind of talked you through this circuit, we've got some elevation change, we've got a corkscrew style thing, we've got just a bit of everything. So we're really excited to be down here, and we're just waiting for our pole sitter to come down now. This is race 1 of our weekend, round 3 of the Formula Winter Series, and Adam has said already that Keanu Alazari will be on pole. He just came 3rd in the F4 UAE Championship, so we are going to be talking to him in a minute. So if we just come round here, then I will try and grab Keanu for a word if we can. So I think he's just been spoken to some of his engineers. Keanu, can we get in here? How are you feeling? I mean, first race in the Winter Series paddock, but you've come from a really strong campaign in F4 UAE. So how do we feel about this one?
Yeah, it's been great so far. Team did a great job. I've been here before, so I know the track quite well, and I worked with the team all of last year as well. But yeah, I felt really strong with the car. Did a great lap in quali, great 2 laps actually, both for race 1 and race 2. And really looking forward to getting this race going.
And that run down to turn 1 is not as long as our Valencia one, but I mean, you've still got to be on the first position by the time you get that down there. So how are you planning to keep the others behind you?
Yeah, just make sure the tire temperatures are in. Get a good launch off the start, and yeah, if I have to fend off a little bit, but yeah, should be good.
Perfect, wish you the best, good luck. All right, so there's our pole sitter. As we come across, we've got Jack Beaton, also new to the Winter Series paddock, and we've had the 2 new drivers, 2 of the 6 new drivers coming into the Winter Series paddock have managed to get on the first row. So that is pretty special. Jack, if we can just dive in, just one quick question. How are you feeling ahead of this race?
Yeah, really excited for the race. First race in the championship, first time at this track. Should be a fun race. Let's go.
Best of luck. All right, so we are going to carry on down the grid. We're just about to have the 1-minute board, so we're probably going to clear off the grid for this one, and we'll head back up to Adam for commentary for race 1 of the Formula Winter Series.
Thank you very much, Izzy. Yeah, they're not messing around down there. They're going to get this one underway. Minute board has now been shown, so the last of the essential personnel leaving the grid now, and these drivers will start that process that our pole sitter talked about there. That process being getting the heat into these hand-cooked tyres. Keanu Alizari will be looking to try and fend off Jack Beaton into the first corner, of course. Beaton has the inside line into turn 1, but he's also not on the racing line. So in theory, he should have a slightly less grippy piece of tarmac to work with. He may well try and lay some nice black lines down there to try and get a little bit more traction and adhesion when they launch the cars. So then the cars will be rolling in just a few seconds here in the Formula Winter Series. And it will be our first race of the weekend. 5 different categories to bring you, but none of them more numerous than FWS. We are rolling then on the formation lap, and with that I will talk you through the grid in full. It is Keanu Alizari that will start this one from pole position. Jack Beaton is to line up alongside him on the front row. Of course, we heard from both of them with Izzy just a few moments ago. Andres Cardenas starts from row 2 of the grid for Campos, making it 3 teams from 3 at the top end, as Alexander Savinkov struggled to get underway there further back, but he has now done so. Gianmarco Pradel is 4th on the grid alongside Matchai Guadish. 6th place is Thomas Strauven, so Strauven lines up on the outside of row 3, or the inside of row 3, I should say. Let's see what he can do from there. That's the strongest starting position we've seen from a road-in car so far this season. Maxime Riem is next alongside René Lammers, a good qualifying for René. Francisco Macedo, with his best qualifying performance of the year, lines up alongside Kabir Anurag. Lucas Flusha is 11th place, and Akshay Bora rounds out row 6. Row 7 of the grid, Juan Cota lines up alongside Mikael Pedersen. That's an all-drive X row number 7. James Agozi in the 48 car lines up in 15th. Flavio Olivieri is in 16th place. Then it is Griffin Peebles with a lot of work to do from 17th. He's alongside Douwe de Decker, who will be newly motivated by his podium last time out in Valencia. Peter Pasinilos is next alongside Adam Hideg. Filippo Fiorentino is in 21st alongside Lynn Hodinius. 23rd place is Alexander Savinkov for AKM, only one AKM car this weekend. He's joined by Arthur Derizon on row 12. Row 13, Finn Harrison in the Campos machine alongside Leah Block with a very promising qualifying. She starts 26th, just ahead of Carrie Schreiner. Preston Lambert is 28th, ahead of Edouard Bornia and Lorenzo Castillo. Row 16 of the grid, Ernesto Rivera alongside Lenny Reed, Victor Dobzhansky and Nathaniel Beraby on row 17. Enzo Tomvanichkal makes his car racing debut in the 11 car alongside Enya Frey. The back row of the grid, Ella Lloyd set to start on her own there. I believe that Bianca Bustamante will be starting this one from the pit lane. So then the cars have already come to the end of the mighty long back straight here at Motorland Aragon. We will be racing in just a few moments. It's that last opportunity now to bed those tyres in, those vital rear tyre temperatures as they get off the line, and then of course the front tyre temperatures become important once they get to the first corner. Keanu Alizari had a wonderful season, as Izzy alluded to, on the pre-grid in the F4 UAE Championship, and is now looking to further cement his status as one of the top F4 drivers in the 2024 Formula 4 family, I suppose you could call it, with a good performance this weekend. He lines up then from the pole position. 2 wins and 7 podiums already to his name in 2024, courtesy of his efforts in the Middle East. Can he make it a 3rd victory of the season from pole position here in FWS? A great variety of colours and cars, shapes and sizes of driver as well. We've got some very tall lads in the FWS, but young driving talent all throughout this paddock. Every race has been exciting to watch one way or another. Some of them have been great racing, some of them have been chaotic racing. Let's see what's on the menu this time at Motorland Aragon. The green flag waves at the back of the grid. The lights will be out then in just a second. 3 lights, 4 lights, 5 lights, and very quickly they are underway. There's a stall further back. Kabir Anurag and one of the Campos cars, Maciej Guadish. Oh, Maciej Guadish gets collected, and that is a big crash, taking out, I believe, no less than 3 of the Campos cars. That is a big impact on the first lap of the race. Everybody else cleanly through the first couple of corners, but already the red flag has been waved. So the race immediately has been nulled for the time being. The MP Motorsport car of Maciej Guadish not getting off the line. And a couple of other drivers had issues there trying to avoid the number 7 of Guadish. Guadish is just getting out of the car now, I can tell you from my commentary position. The number 7 Orlen-backed MP Motorsport car is unfortunately going to go no further in this race. And of course, a very real possibility in these situations that it's a weekend. And Harry Schreiner was one of the drivers that ended up involved in that one. And you heard there the Rodin mechanics actually checking on Carrie Schreiner there to see that she was okay, which is a nice show of unity across the paddock there. They were as concerned as we were with the parties in that incident, but Carrie out of the car. One of the other Campos machines, I think, skittled off in that one as well, possibly Finn Harrison in the 49, but certainly no lack of carbon fibre, unfortunately, strewn across the main straight here at Motorland Arágon at the moment. I can tell you that the third car has also had its driver walk away unscathed, so thankfully every driver that took an impact in that one is up and walking, but nonetheless not the start to this race that we wanted. We did, of course, have another car stalled there as well. That was Kabir Anurag, but I don't think anyone collided with Kabir. However, the Maciej Guadish car was indeed collected in a big way. It was Nesto Rivera in the 44, the other Campos machine, that was involved in that, but Ernesto has walked away. Ernesto had a very unfortunate weekend as well at Valencia last time out, so unfortunately his run of form has not improved to this point in the weekend. Campos will now have to work exceedingly hard to try and get all drivers back out onto the circuit, and MP will also have to do a big job to try and get Maciej Guadish back into this weekend's racing in race 2 and 3. Of course, he really sits theoretically third in the points with Matias Ferreira not present this weekend. And he is the first of the rookie standings competitors as well, has been the fastest rookie pretty much all season long. But this is a big blow to his hopes and aspirations. Of course, the MP Motorsport team is the team that runs the number 7 car. I did erroneously say at in the moment that it was a Campos car because it is the same colour. However, it is an MP Motorsport machine, albeit in the almost the Campos signature colours, courtesy of Maciej Guadish's Orlen backing. And the Polish youngster who made his first ever car racing appearance with us in Jerez has certainly been drumming up a storm in his native Poland. There's a lot of excitement around the driving talent of Maciej Guadish. But unfortunately, we're not going to see any of that driving talent in FWS race number 1, at least. As I'm sure you can imagine, there's currently conversation ongoing. We'll see how long it's going to take for this race to resume. I can tell you that the marshals are currently working incredibly hard to get some cement dust down there on the grid. Maciej Guadish's car was leaking fluid as it was craned away, understandably. and obviously a lot of carbon fibre down as well, and you don't want carbon fibre shards at any section of the circuit, much less the main straight, by which time these cars will be doing somewhere, I'd suggest, in the range of 190 to 200 kilometers an hour by the time they get to the point where the accident happened, maybe a little more than that even. But I reiterate that all drivers walked away from that one, which is the most important thing. I'm sure a few of them may take the opportunity to see to themselves, get an ice pack or something on, because an impact that large can leave you feeling sore in the morning. But I'm sure the teams themselves have the right staff on board to make sure they're looked after as best as possible. There's also a resident Giedlick Racing physiotherapist as well, in the form of Marcus Schreiber. I can tell you on a personal level that he does a good job, because he sorted out my back at one point. But there is the unfortunate scene that we have at the moment, and of course the big question really in these situations is tub damage, whether or not these cars have any damage beyond the suspension, beyond the wishbones and the bodywork. Chassis damage, tub damage, something that you can't really fix at the circuit. Spare parts are there in abundance, but less so things like spare chassis, spare tubs. Of course, Campos and MP, two of the more numerous teams on the grid. I dare say that if Maciej Guadiš does get out there tomorrow, it's going to be with a car with a bit more orange on it than what we have seen previously. Given that MP's signature colour reflects their Dutch heritage. There are a nice couple of statues around the circuit here at Motorland Aragon. One of them is to signify Marc Marquez and his various achievements, as you can see on camera. That's just sitting on the inside of the corkscrew at turn 8 and 9. So that is, of course, a testament to the legendary rider who is going to be on a Ducati this year. Wrap your head around that if you can. I've been trying to remember he's no longer a Repsol Honda rider. And then also Carlos Checa. Another big Spanish name of the previous generation in the 2000s in MotoGP and latterly in World Superbikes, where he had some great successes here at Motorland. But a lot of Spanish history, Spanish motorsport history here in Aragon, and indeed in the wider surroundings of the venue as well. The city, or the town closest to Motorland Aragon, that is Alcañiz, has a street circuit situated around the castle, the Parador Castle, around the outside, or rather on the highest point of the city. There is the Parador Castle, and they used to run street races there through the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, and into the 2000s. Unfortunately, that was eventually scrapped, but just a few years later, the local populace's interest in motorsport was once again renewed with the building of this fabulous facility that is Motorland Aragon. Opened in June of 2009. That's some really fascinating stuff if you look back at the street circuit, Guadalupe Street Circuit as it was called. Some of the top Spanish drivers at the time would make appearances in the Spanish Touring Car Championship event to try and get a win in Alcañiz. F1 drivers such as, funny enough, Adrian Campos, the late founder of the Campos Racing team, as well as Jesus Pereira, Luis Perez Sala. A lot of big names from Spanish motorsport at the time. As you can see, the crew doing a good job here of trying to get the circuit back to race-worthy condition. Looks like most of the sweeping has been done, but it's now just a matter of making sure there is no excessive slip on those grid slots there by where the leaks were sprung. Unfortunately, that is seemingly looking like it's covering rows 2 and 3 on the outside line. So if you're Gianmarco Pradell or Thomas Strauven, you might be looking at that with quite an annoyed look in your eyes that seemingly your grid slot may now be a little bit more slippery than originally advertised. If you are just joining us, a 3-car collision at the start of this race. Maciej Guadiš being collected by Kari Schreiner and Ernesto Rivera. The 2 Campos drivers, unfortunately, getting caught up as Maciej Guadiš tried to get the car back underway. 2 cars stalling as we got this one going, but thankfully all parties out of their respective cars. As you can see, it's not the brightest or sunniest day here in Aragon. However, the backdrop of this facility remains truly spectacular from the hairpin, or indeed from the wall at turn 12. We can see the city and you can see the mountains on the opposite side of the circuit. Meanwhile, Izzy Browning is down in the pits, and I believe she has an interview lined up. So let's go down there now.
Hi everyone, I managed to come down into the pits and with Finn Harrison, who saw some of the incident. Finn, just tell us what you saw from your perspective.
It was a good race start, but I think we were like 3 or 4 wide, and from what I could see there was a car that stalled on the straight, and then 2 corners later, red flag. So I assume the car involved one of them was stalled.
Looked like quite a scary incident as well, so how do you regroup for yourself when the race restarts?
I guess we just go again, forget the incident, that was an incident, and we just carry on driving like it didn't happen.
All right, perfect. Thank you very much for speaking to us. Good luck. All right, Adam, we're going to go back up to you.
Thanks, Izzy. Yeah, Finn Harrison will be readying himself back up to go out there, and we'll see how he does in this one. He had, I think, a toe link let go, or a wishbone potentially, at Valencia. Was actually doing some very good running at Valencia as well. Was firmly impressed by Finn, who is one of those who has come up through Ginetta Juniors before moving into single-seaters, and is now using Formula Wind Series as his first effort within the single-seater sphere. I believe he's set to compete in the GB4 category later in the season over in the UK. So then, progress continuing abound on the main straight, and I understand we also have progress from down in the pits because Izzy has caught up with another driver. So let's go down.
We do have progress down in the pits. I've come down to see Preston Lambert, obviously his first racing in Europe in an F4 car, and what a way to start. Preston, just tell us what you saw from your perspective.
Yeah, just someone stalled. I think it was near the front, and some unfortunate cars. Unlucky they hit the car, unfortunately. I hope everyone is all right. But yeah, I mean, I guess it happens. So hopefully they're able to bounce back in the next race.
And when an incident like that happens, obviously you've got to regroup. But other than that, how's the car been feeling this weekend, and how comfortable are you feeling for when the race restarts?
Yeah, I feel quite confident. I think we're quite quick on the used tire and on the race runs. So yeah, we'll see how it goes, but yeah, I feel confident.
Best of luck. Thanks for speaking to us. Okay, back to you, Adam.
Cheers, Izzy. Great to hear there from Preston Lambert. Preston, American racer with some Hungarian lineage, actually. His mum is Hungarian. Got to speak to her in hospitality a little bit earlier in the weekend. Really lovely family, and Preston with the Rodin team behind him could well be one to watch over the course of the next couple of weekends. Didn't get the best of qualifying sessions, but he will surely be improving over the weeks to come. A really solid record out in the US in the karting scene, and good to welcome Preston in to the Formula Winter Series, having raced in the West Coast Formula 4s in the USA He's, I believe, based in Sacramento, California, and competed in some of Europe's major karting championships more recently as a Saudi factory driver, and is now there in a Formula 4 car for the first time within Europe. But of course, he's already scored podiums on the west coast of the United States. He's also managed to get quite a big following recently on social media as well. I think he's managed to grow his Instagram page from 2,000 followers to 272,000 followers. So clearly he knows something about that side of things, more so than me. And yeah, absolutely fabulous to have such an international grid here in the Formula Winter Series. I believe it is 20 nations, if not a couple more at this point, that are represented here on the Winter Series grid. Awesome to have so much representation from across the globe. Quite the melting pot of young talent in FWS. Of course, it's been really exciting as well to have some of the stars of F1 Academy in our championship. This will be their final weekend, the likes of Leah Block, Bianca Bustamante and Carrie Schreiner. They are, of course, going to be occupied in Jeddah next weekend as the F1 Academy season springs into life. Of course, they're joined by young Ella Lloyd this time as well, this weekend as well, who joins the Rodin team, taking over the 77 car. The 18-year-old racer making her single-seater debut this weekend. She previously also graduated through Ginetta Juniors, much like Finn Harrison. Last year she raced in the Ginetta GT Championship in the GT5 class, where she was the runner-up, the vice-champion. And I must say, having covered a couple of the Ginetta events last year, I remember that she was really very impressive when it came to racecraft in amongst the battles. So as she gets more and more familiar with the F4 machinery, with single-seater machinery in general, I expect that Ella Lloyd could develop into a very promising young talent, and we'll see how she performs in the races to come. Of course, we did both qualifying sessions today, uniquely, so all three grids are effectively already set in the FWS paddock. Usually, the second qualifying is left till Sunday morning, but that's not going to be the case this time around. Both qualifying sessions were done today because tomorrow it's a full schedule, really, including the Eurocup 3 with their pair of races, their non-championship event. So we already have all three grids confirmed. Race 1 grid is set by the best times from the first qualifying session. That is the grid, or that is what has formed the grid we have for this race. The second race is the second best laps from qualifying 1, and then race 3 is set by the Q2 standings. So they have already kind of sealed their own fates, as it were, within their qualifying sessions. They now have to focus on the racing, and for a few of our drivers, Griffin Peebles in particular, he's got some work to do, but also Andres Cardenas didn't get away unscathed either. He was shown a black flag in one of the quali sessions, in quali 2, and he'd only set the 15th fastest time as well, so he's going to have his work cut out for him. While we continue to await news or information about the start of this race, we know that at the moment we are going to be starting ASAP, as soon as possible. Let's quickly take a breather and throw to an ad. So then you see that the marshal crews, the safety crews, have now vacated the main straight. So hopefully We will get an information as to what happens next in a few moments. We have had a couple of bulletins that the race is to restart behind the safety car. So effectively, once the cars are rolling, they will be underway within the race distance. So restart behind safety car, then I expect they'll do maybe just the 1 lap, possibly 2 laps behind the safety car. They might well make it 2 because of the cement dust down on the main straight. We'll have to see what the decision is there, but that's the expectation then, that once these cars are rolling, we will restart behind the safety car. And then hopefully from there, it's plain sailing. Of course, that does rather alleviate some of the pressure from the likes of our pole sitter. It's going to make things a bit easier for Keanu Alizari on the approach to the first corner, because he's not going to have someone starting alongside him from a standing start. However, if he doesn't time it brilliantly, that might well be an opportunity for Jack Beaton to sneak up the inside in the first corner, or indeed through the first sector. Andres Cardenas in 3rd place. We'll also be hoping to maybe capitalise if those two get into it in the first few turns. I suspect that the second corner will be one to keep an eye on as well around this circuit. It's, I think, more or less flat, if not entirely flat out through turn 2. Maybe just a little bit of a cursory lift into the corner, but if there is a situation where you're following a car quite closely, I suspect that you could well wash out onto the gravel trap if you are following too closely behind somebody and lose some of your front aero in the process. I wouldn't mind betting we'll see a few wheels into that gravel at turn 2 across the weekend's races in all of our categories. Another zone that is often the scene of a little bit of a gravel excursion, maybe a bit of a kick up and a slide, is turn 15, the run out onto the back straight. Of course, you want to get a brilliant run where you can going down this long straight, and therefore you try and take as much corner speed as possible at turn 15. But it's not infrequent to see somebody try a little bit too hard coming out of turn 15, getting a wheel on the gravel and just compromising their run through that turn down the long straight. And those that do compromise their run down this straight surely know about it. I've seen 3, 4, 5 positions lost on the basis of a bad run through 15 before. I think once the FWS cars are running here in anger under race conditions again, we will no doubt see almost something a bit like Moto 3 with the slipstream train down this main straight. And well, we can understand now that Izzy Browning has managed to get hold of one of the drivers involved in the incident earlier on. So let's go down to Izzy Browning.
Yep, I'm down with Maciej Guedes. Maciej, it's good to see you out of the car, good to see you're okay. Just tell us what happened with that.
I think when it was the bit of the clutch, I think I was already off, and I think I just released too much of the clutch, and then I was trying to press the button on the steering wheel to start again the engine, press the wrong one. Then I was just looking in the mirrors, hoping for no one to hit me, and unfortunately crashed. But I'm happy, I'm all right. But sorry to the team for this. I mean, started P5, couldn't get top 3. And this mistake cost me quite a lot. In the championship, we are 4th. We could have been 3rd and catch maybe top 2. So a bit very disappointed. I'm very sorry to the team.
Yeah, it's a scary incident. We've seen the damage to your car. I mean, the good part is that you're okay, but what do the prospects look like for tomorrow?
I think it will be very tough to drive, but yeah, it doesn't look okay. So yeah, again, very sorry to the team. I'm happy I'm okay, but yeah, the car is not looking good, so this is a problem a bit.
Yeah, well, we're happy to see that you're okay. Thank you for talking to us.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All All right, Adam, that's Mache on his scary incident. Glad to see, obviously, that he's okay and out of the car, but you have seen extensive damage to the car, and as he said, it is going to be difficult to get that car back out for tomorrow morning, so we'll see what they can do, and hopefully we'll get the race restarted soon. So we'll go back to you for the restart of the race.
Thank you very much, Izzy. Yeah, great to hear that Matchai is doing okay, but a shame that potentially we are not going to see him back out there in this race, or well, not in this race, but in this weekend. But understandably, heavy rear impact like that could well have caused some tub damage, maybe some gearbox damage. We'll have to keep our fingers crossed that the MP team will look into it and maybe find a way to get the car back out there, but they won't do so if the car isn't perfectly safe to go out there, of course, and if there are certain things that cannot be fixed trackside. And we'll have to see whether we see Matchai Guadish again this weekend, but the talented young Pole will surely be back and fighting before the conclusion of our season. So then, while we were talking to Matchai, we have had a little bit of an update. The race now reduced to 25 minutes plus 1 lap. It does look as though everyone is anticipating the cars rolling, and sure enough, the cars are rolling. So the clock is ticking once again. The race clock resumes with 24 minutes and 45 seconds now left to go. The race is back underway under safety car conditions, so a great job from everybody to clear up the circuit, to clear up the cars and ensure that we can return to racing conditions. So Keanu Alazari now leads them away back into the race. The order will of course be unchanged from what we saw on the grid, so it will be Alazari from Beaton, from Cardenas and Pradell, your top 4. Of course, we've lost Matchai Guadish, but Thomas Strauthen therefore moves up to P5. Maxime Ream, René Lammers, Francisco Macedo, Kabir Anurag, Lucas Flusha and Akshay Bora should round out the remainder of the order. And if that is the case for Akshay in particular, and I did see him towards the front of the queue, to be honest, I think he's got a bit of a get-out-of-jail-free card there because, of course, he had also stalled as they got the race underway. So he might well have a bit of a second chance there with that. Of course, we're not going to go into another standing start. This is a safety car procedure that we now have as this race gets back underway. We'll keep an eye on the information screens as to whether the safety car is coming in anytime soon. We haven't yet had a bulletin to suggest that the safety car is in this lap, and as I alluded to previously, they might well run the cars behind the safety car once so that drivers can, for one extra lap, to make sure that the drivers can see where the cement dust is down on the main straight. So that could well be the reasoning. Just good to see that we are now rolling once again. Some of the drivers who have had poor qualifyings, the likes of Griffin Peebles, will not be best impressed with the fact that they don't get the opportunity to try and pick some positions back up as the field is compacted together off the line. They will be, of course, single file on the restart, so the chance of making 2 or 3 places as everyone draws in closer together through the first few tight corners is rather reduced. And there is Kabir Anurag in the red, white and black car. So Kabir Anurag is indeed running where he was on the grid. So his stall is effectively eradicated from the record books. Keanu Alazari crosses the line then as the race leader as we go on to a second lap under safety car. It's going to be maybe something in the region of a quarter of an hour of racing. Hopefully a bit more than that, depending on when the safety car is called in. When we get this one underway, Gianmarco Pradell, as I alluded to in the pre-race, is going to be someone desperate to get a podium this time, having lost it last time out in Valencia. Stood on the podium, but then Matej Guadish's penalty was lifted. So this time around, he'll be looking to get a trophy and keep it, I suspect. It's a good weekend in general for the team down at Us Racing. They've got all of their drivers in the top half, in the top dozen, with Akshay Bora in 11th place, Kabir Anurag in 9th, Maxime Ream in 6th, Pradell 4th, and Jack Beaton in 2nd place. Very exciting to the addition to the grid is Jack Beaton, the 16-year-old who's raced extensively across the F4 landscape in the last 18 months or so. UAE Championship, Italian, Euro 4. And in addition to that, also, of course, raced in the Macau Formula 4 race in November. Managed to finish 4th in that one. And comes to us from the Middle East, having scored 2 podiums in F4 UAE. And the safety car lights have just gone out. Oh, and we've got a spinner further back in the pack. That's one of the DriveX cars. I think that could well be Macedo. Yes, it is. Oh, Francisco Macedo, who had his best qualifyings of the season by far earlier on, has unfortunately looped the car. Now, hopefully, he's kept the car going so he can get this back underway under green flag. Yes, he's going to be turning the car around. So Macedo, oh, he's got it into the gravel, though. He's managed to get out of the gravel as well. So thankfully, Macedo looks as if he is going to be able to take the restart. Bianca Bustamante behind him as well. So Bustamante finally out on circuit, of course, was always scheduled to start from the pit lane. So then Keanu Alzari bunches the field up behind him and immediately takes off. That was a very early start from Keanu. He looked back in his rearview mirrors, saw that he had a car length or two over everybody else and went, okay, well, if now is the time, so be it, I'm off. And he leads into the first corner. Some dicing for third place between Cardenas and Pradell. We've already got a front wing missing. That is off of one of the Us Racing cars, and Cardenas has had a spin. Cardenas has had a moment. There are cars skittling across the gravel and the grass to avoid him, but the 31 car of Akshay Bora is down a front wing. Now, is that in connection maybe with Macedo? I don't think it would be. They weren't together on the circuit, I don't think, when Macedo had his moment, but nonetheless, we do have, unfortunately, Akshay Bora running without his front wing in the position it should be. Everybody else working their way through the first few corners, but Andres Cardenas spinning could well be a lifeline here for the title aspirations of Griffin Peebles. Peebles will be delighted, frankly, to have realised that his closest title competition is now behind him on the road. Here are your leaders, though. It is Beaton and Pradell following Keanu Alzari. In 4th place, it's Maxime Ream. Then it's René Lammers in 5th place. Lucas Fluscher in 6th. Thomas Strauven in 7th place. Kota, Anurag and Egozi currently your top 10. But Keanu Alzari had a very, very good start to that green flag running, and he leads it into the hairpin for the first time. Beaton and Pradell not able to get a good enough run to draw alongside him on the straight. We've got some movement further back. That's Egozi trying to pick off some places by the looks of it. Has he gotten past Kabir Anurag, or is he defending from Olivieri? It was the former scenario. He's gotten past Kabir Anurag for 9th position. We've got a car into pit lane in the back of shot. Unsurprisingly, that's Akshay Bora. Meanwhile, René Lammers and Lucas Flusha, the two MP Motorsport competitors, are going at it for 5th place. They, however, have to be worried about Thomas Strauven. We've seen a lot of these three racing each other. René Lammers, Lucas Flusha, Thomas Strauven. This time, though, they're further up the order. That was a big dive, though, from Thomas Strauven. Now, is it a dive that's paid off? No, he's still there in 7th place behind Lucas Flusha. To be honest, I'm quite surprised and relieved that they're all still running after that. It looked a bit ambitious from Strauven, but he's now defending up against Juan Cota. Cota is the first, of course, of the DriveX cars running now. Mikael Pedersen in 13th place, and unfortunately right down at the back of the grid is the driver that was in the top 10, that being Macedo. Everybody through the kink known as turn 11 before the braking zone at turn 12. One of the Cram cars there diving up the inside. You see the Red Bull back car there of Tan Vinichkal as well, further back in the field. Your top three are pulling away. We've got a car off in the back of shot. Is that one of the Monlau cars or one of the Technicar machines? I think it could be a Monlau car. That would more than likely make it Hedenius, another of our new drivers. Lynn Hedenius, unfortunately, having an off-track moment. Alexander Savinkov there, just behind the 37 car. Andres Cardenas trying to make up some places. Oh, and Leah Block there in contact with the 27 car. That was Edouard Borgna there, hitting the rear of Leah Block, but I don't think Leah's car will be damaged by that. Meanwhile, the 19 of Anurag losing out there to Griffin Peebles, who's already then up into 11th place. Already into P11 is Griffin Peebles, so the damage limitation effort from Peebles is working nicely. Griffin Peebles in the number 3 MP Motorsport car, running well within the top 15 already. It's the top 10 that scores points here, so he could actually salvage some scoring out of this race. Through the corkscrew section they go. You can see a lot of these drivers are very liberal indeed with their use of the curbs. The Rodin drivers getting into it there with Leah Block. I think that might have been, was that Ella Lloyd potentially? If so, Leah has lost a few places on that lap. Hopefully her car is okay after getting a little bit of a knock from behind. There's Bazinalos. He's running just ahead of Douwe de Decker. Now that is for 14th and 15th places. De Decker, who finally got a podium in race 3 at Valencia. Tan Vinichkal looks like he's making up some places there further back in the Red Bull liveried car as well. Looks like he's a position or two further up every time we see him. Juan Cota diving to the inside of Kabir Anurag. Douwe de Decker trying to find a way past Bazinalos. In fact, that wasn't Juan Cota, that was Mikael Pedersen, I'm sorry, on Kabir Anurag. So 12th and 13th just ahead of these two cars. That looks like an eager Mikael Pedersen. René Lammers is having to defend for his life here against Flusha and Strauven. Flusha gets past. Does he get it? Stopped for the corner, though. Just about. I don't know quite how much runoff he used there. Thomas Strauven still to the inside of René Lammers through turn 3, but can't get it done. Flusha, however, is up into 5th place. Lucas Flusha is up into P5. Oh, and a bit tail happy there going into turn 5 of the lap. In fact, Flusha, my apologies, is up into 4th position ahead of René Lammers. So he's now hoping to maybe try and break away. I don't think he could do anything about the top 3 drivers who are some 5 seconds clear. Does look like that car is rather loose at the rear, though, on corner entry. for Lucas Flusha, but given how high up the order he is, maybe that's how he likes it. Older brother Lorenzo here with him supporting this weekend. Now, one of the Campos cars there getting sideways. I think that could have been Finn Harrison. And just ahead of the 71 car of Maxime Ream there, you have the 48 of James Agozi. So James Agozi has gotten through into 6th place. Ream trying to dive back up the inside at turn 15, and what that will have done is really probably put a stifle on his run through turn 15. So I just wonder if Juan Cota is now going to make a move. 3rd in the long queue of cars. He looks to the inside, covering off the inside as well is Agozi. Juan Cota draws alongside the US Racing car. Are they too deep into the corner? No. And Maxime Ream, well, I was going to say he salvaged that nicely, but running off the circuit in that fashion will not help his cause. Strauven is also behind these drivers now. So Juan Cota is ahead of Strauven. Flavio Olivieri is right in the mix as well. So is the number 3 of Griffin Peebles, of course. And up the inside goes Maxime Ream once again. So this is the battle for 7th place. James Agozi has managed to slightly build himself an advantage now in P6. He's gotten away from the scrum of cars. But look at that, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, all in one big scrap. And it's Pedersen there with the lock-up into turn 5 at the back of the queue. Oh, and a big dive there from Flavio Olivieri on Strauven. Didn't quite get it done. Managed to back out of it somewhat despite the lock front axle. Oh, bit of spin there for Kabir Anurag. Anurag in a spin. And he's in the gravel trap. Anurag in the gravel. Griffin Peebles had to take evasive action there. Anurag's not quite in the gravel, but he's certainly facing the wrong way and off the circuit and tumbling down the order. Of course, these cars, with the length of this straight, will be running minimal aero, especially on the rear, which may explain why some of these cars are looking quite so twitchy in the technical sections of the circuit. Kabir Anurag, that was beyond a twitch, unfortunately for him. The top 3 are unchanged. Alazari from Beaton from Pradell. Then there's a 5-second gap back to Flusha and Lammers, who have broken away from Agozi. Agozi, in turn, has given himself some breathing room over Maxime Ream. Here comes Juan Cota, though, to get past Ream for 7th place, and Strauven gets through as well. Thomas Strauven forcibly gets past. Now it's Flavio Olivieri for Cram in the 35 car, just behind Maxime Ream, and then it is Griffin Peebles, our championship leader, who turned 16 or 4, depending on how you work it out, given he's a leap year baby. Earlier in the week, oh, and he nearly lost his front wing there. Thankfully, manages to continue on his way. Oh, but we've got a moment there. Bazinilos and Pedersen, Bazinilos and Macedo, I should say, have gotten into it there at turn 1. And Macedo's lost his front wing. So contact seemingly between those two. James Agozi is pressuring René Lammers as well for 5th place. Agozi has made some really good time there and is right on the back of René Lammers for P5. So the orange, black and white car of René Lammers is 5th for now. Will he be 5th for long? And what about Griffin Peebles? He wants a point out of this race if he can possibly get it. Your top 3 go streaming through turn 12. There's a big gap back to Flusha in 4th. Then it's René Lammers with James Agozi for company. Cota, oh, and there goes Peebles. Peebles up the inside for P10. Griffin Peebles gets through into 10th position ahead of Maxime Ream. Ream not quite with the race car underneath him seemingly in this one. Less than 7 minutes plus 1 lap remain of this first FWS race. There is a bit of Francisco Macedo's DriveX car. Team might send someone around to pick that up later. Juan Cota in 7th place then, no longer has quite the train behind him that we saw for 7th earlier on. René Lammers and James Agozi still at very close quarters for P5. And in fact, Agozi has gotten through into 5th position. So James Agozi is now ahead of René Lammers in 5th and 6th position. The 48 and the 9 car have swapped places. James Agozi started a little way further down the order. Oh, and we've had a moment there for Bianca Bustamante. Bianca running again. Hopefully that car's undamaged. Yes, it looks like it might be. I was a bit worried there that I spotted something loose on the car, but no, I think that car is relatively okay. But James Agozi is now in 5th place, having started, technically speaking, in 15th place. Of course, we did lose one car in the top 15 from that start line collision, but nonetheless, Agozi has had an absolutely spectacular race to be as high up the order as he is right now. There's your top 3. Keanu Alazari for MP Motorsport leading the 2US Racing cars in 2nd and 3rd place. Juan Cota in 7th place once again. Looks in the rearview mirrors and once again sees that he's going to have some cars closing up on him. The same will apply as well to Maxime Ream. We do have some penalties coming through. Car 57, Leah Block, 5-second penalty for track limits. Car 28, Douwe de Decker, with a 5-second penalty for track limits. So Maxime Ream, who has Douwe de Decker in his sight. Oh, Nathaniel Berraby into the gravel. Now, why didn't he press the brakes, to be honest? Because now he's dug himself into the gravel traps. He rolled back on the tarmac runoff into the gravel. And once your rear axle is in the gravel trap, that's you beat. So unfortunately, Nathaniel Berraby has dug himself into the gravel trap there. And the red flag has been shown on the circuit. So not just a safety car, but a red flag. And in fact, at almost this exact juncture of the first race in Valencia, we also had a red flag. And that was the end of the race. And I dare suggest that that will be the exact same scenario here. And unfortunately, Nathaniel Berraby's spin there will be the last action of this first FWS race. So Keanu Alazari, who was doing a fabulous job at the front of the order, need not worry about any further racing, because the session will not restart. So Keanu Alazari will be declared the winner of this race. Jack Beaton will be 2nd and Gianmarco Pradel will be 3rd. Now, of course, when there's a red flag, usually there is a count back of a lap, and what that might do is have an effect on a few drivers. Now, I think James Agozi got past René Lammers early enough in the race that he should retain 5th place, but there might be a couple of positions lower down the order that are affected by this red flag. However, the session is now officially confirmed not to be restarting, so Keanu Alazari will win his first Formula Winter Series race, albeit perhaps not in the nature that he would have envisioned. Half the grid already in the pit lane. Of the top 20 or so cars had already, though, taken the start of a new lap. So our race winner will eventually get to the pit lane. There is Keanu leading them around to the pit lane to declare the end of this race. Jack Beaton and Gianmarco Pradel, then your top 3. Pradel, the only driver on the podium who has previously raced in Formula Winter Series, and of course he raced in our inaugural season in 2023 as well. And this time he will get to celebrate his podium, which is great news. You see there at the moment the timing screen jumbling as the laps are knocked off, as the lap count back goes on for race control, so they will have their work cut out for them at the moment as they make sure everything is above board. Now, there is now a further penalty that's just come up for Leah Block. Unfortunately, the 5-second penalty that was is now a 10-second penalty. So car 57, Leah Block, with a 10-second penalty. So where did she end up at the end of the race? Leah was running in in 24th position. So with that in mind, I think she's going to drop out of potentially the top 30 as a whole, which is a big shame for her. Nathaniel Berraby, meanwhile, climbs out of the Maffei Racing car. Maffei Racing did a brilliant job getting that car ready for him again after, I think there was a bit of an altercation with a barrier during pre-season testing. And Berraby, unfortunately, not getting to the end of this one, but thankfully the car's in one piece, so Maffei don't have that much work to do. But a shame for Nathaniel Berraby. We've seen some progress out of him across the meetings, across the free practice sessions, as he's, like so many of these drivers, making his first efforts in junior single-seater racing. But an unfortunate error in that race for him. So Keanu Alazari will be our race winner. Jack Beaton and Gianmarco Pradel will round out the top 3 for us racing. Of course, MP Motorsport running Alazari. We'll hopefully get to hear from our race winner in due course. Of course, Lucas Gajewski, who we're yet to see on the broadcast, will be giving us the podium ceremonies as well. First of the rookies home is Lucas Fluscher in 4th place, and you have to hand it to Lucas Fluscher. He looked very good in this race, made up some good positions, and looks more comfortable in that car than he has at any point prior. Did some great racing at Jerez, didn't quite have the qualifying performances to capitalise in Valencia, but that's his best performance of the year. A great 4th place finish for Lucas Fluscher, who also takes the rookie classification. René Lammers in 6th overall, 2nd among the rookies. However, our race winner is down with Izzy Browning.
Yep, hi everyone. After quite an interrupted race, we've come down here with our winner, Keanu Alazari. Keanu, what a way to start the weekend!
Yeah, it was quite good, I have to say. Nice to get a win in the bag. Yeah, great start to the weekend.
And we spoke to you on the grid, but you seemed pretty confident then, but you couldn't have imagined how many interruptions we would have had. So how did you manage with those safety car restarts and all the red flags?
Yeah, I mean, with a lot of cars on the grid, it's quite standard to happen, so I was expecting it. But I just took it calm, nice easy restart, and let lights to flag, so, well, red flag, but yeah, nice way to end the race, and was pretty good.
And are we going to see you be able to do the same tomorrow?
I think so. The pace looks really good, so should be a very nice weekend, rest of the weekend.
Should we be worried about you being a potential title contender coming in from 2 weekends to the end of the season and you're already on the top?
I haven't calculated the championship standings, but possibly. Would be nice.
All right, congratulations, well done. You go off to the podium. All right, there's our race winner, Keanu Alazari, already coming in and winning straight away first weekend in the Winter Series. The driver's going to head off to the podium and we will go to Adam Weller for all the replays.
Thank you very much, Izzy. Interesting there to hear that Keanu hasn't done the maths. I think he could technically win the championship if Peebles and Cardenas have a disaster. Let's take a look at the race results then. Keanu Alazari is our race winner ahead of Jack Beaton and Gianmarco Pradel. Lucas Fluscher 4th and James Agozi in 5th place ahead of René Lammers and Juan Cota. Thomas Straubern with a great result. He gets some points on the board in 8th. Same applies to Flavio Olivieri for Cram. Griffin Peebles does get a point and does take the lead of the championship from 10th place. Maxime Reeb in 11th, Adam Hideg in 12th place, and Mikkel Pedersen in 13th. Andres Cardenas recovered very well indeed to 14th, ahead of Filippo Fiorentino. Dawe De Decker with his penalty drops down to 16th. Alexander Savinkov in 17th. Then it's Arthur de Rizon, Finn Harrison and Lenny Reed rounding out the top 20. Ella Lloyd in 21st place on her debut. She did some good work there from further back in the grid. She was just ahead of Enzo Tarnvanichko. Preston Lambert in 23rd, Enia Fry in 24th, Edouard Borgna in 25th, Lynn Herdinius in 26th, and Lorenzo Castillo in 27th. 28th place for Victor Dobzhansky, Nathaniel Berraby in 29th. Leah Block, unfortunately, with those track limits penalties, is demoted down as far as 30th. Peter Bezinilos in 31st place, ahead of Akshay Bora, Kabir Anurag, Francisco Macedo, and Bianca Bustamante. So Ella Lloyd, on her debut in the Formula Wind Series, is the first of the female drivers home. That is great news for Ella. Of course, we lost Carrie Schreiner in the impact at the very start of the race, but thankfully all parties okay. So then Keanu Alazari with remarkable confidence in that interview with Izzy. Said, yep, I think I can do that again. Well, he's got 2 opportunities to do that. So then, let's move on to our race highlights. So then, as the race restarted, we had some dramas with Andres Cardenas. He was making up positions. We also had the 27 car there on the rear of Leah Block. So then we had, of course, some great pack racing. René Lammers involved in battles with the likes of Maxime Reem and Lucas Fluscher in the 21 car, getting past there René Lammers and also, of course, Maxime Reem. René Lammers with his best result of the season nonetheless, eventually finishing in 6th place. James Agozi got past Maxime Reem and would ultimately finish in 5th place, having started in 15th. That's potentially one of the best drives we saw in that race. He was, however, having to defend hard as Juan Cota tried to find his way past Maxime Reem. Thomas Strauthen was involved in this battling as well. And unfortunately, Maxime Reem drew the short straw there, getting rather cast aside by James Agozi. He would disappear up the road and continue to fight for higher positions. And Kabir Anurag would have a spin. Anurag not in the gravel, but unfortunately facing the wrong way. He would end up well down the order. Juan Cota with a committed dive on the 71 car further back in the pack. Thomas Strauthen also sneaking through. Bezinilos and Macedo had a bit of a collision, a bit of a coming together at the first corner. And Griffin Peebles managed to get up into 10th place again at the expense of Maxime Reem, who didn't seem to have a car for the race underneath him. Bianca Bustamante eventually was classified a lap down, and unfortunately a red flag ended the race. Nathaniel Berraby digging sandcastles. So then, the cars are cleared from the FWS race. I'm sure that in a few moments' time we will head up to the one and only Lukas Gajewski. He is still herding drivers with Ana Esteves of Kiedlik Racing at the moment. And we will see our drivers up onto the podium in short order. Lucas, sure, we'll be welcoming some fairly happy drivers as well. I think Gianmarco Pradel will be happy to get another podium, hopefully this time a permanent podium. Jack Beaton and Keanu Alazari will also be in great spirits. They are the top 2 in this race on their respective debuts in the Formula Winter Series. So then the next grid already out there, as you can hear. The GT cars taking to the track with 5 categories this weekend. There is no shortage of racing action to be broadcast. And a lot of work to do for marshals, parc fermé, assembly area personnel, etc., etc. No one has an easy weekend here at Motorland Arágon, is what I'm trying to say in so many words. It's certainly going to be a all hands on deck scenario for everybody, and it is all hands on deck from the organisers of Spanish F4, of course, because they also have a hand in promoting the Eurocup 3 category, and we've got both of their categories here this weekend. You'll see some Eurocup 3 action in addition to the F4 cars in the Sunday broadcast. However, the single-seaters are complete for the day. Here at Arágon, it will be all stuffed with roofs from here on out, the prototypes and the GT categories. But a great race here in the Formula Wind Series to get us started. A slightly disrupted race, but we saw some exciting action over the course of that one. It will be, of course, sprint races for the 2 GT categories, the GT Winter Series, the GT4 Winter Series. They will both have 30 minutes, or rather they would normally, I should say, under normal circumstances have 30-minute sprints, but we are doing things a bit differently this weekend. I'm caught out by our slightly different timetable there. We are doing things a little bit differently here at Motorland Arágon this weekend. It's a bit of an endurance Saturday here. The prototypes will be our last grid out there. They will run to something like 8 o'clock this evening. In fact, I do apologise. It is, of course, half-hour sprint races for the GT4s and the GTs coming up next. So the GT4s and the GT cars with their half-hour sprint. You can see that the GT4s are already circulating, so hopefully Lucas is ready on the podium, and I just heard that he is. So let's go down there now. Let's not waste any more time. Lucas, over to you.
Just in time, and really only just. Thank you very much, Adam Weller. Here we go for the podium ceremonies in Formula Winter Series after a very busy first race this weekend here in Motorland Arágon. And we start with our best female podium. Please welcome onto the top step for GRS, Ella Lloyd. Well done to Ella, her first victory in Formula Winter Series, as we proudly welcome Miguel Angel Esteban, who is the Major of Alcanis, presenting the trophy to our winning female driver. Congratulations once again, and big round of applause from the pit lane to Ella Lloyd, everybody. Thank you very much. Well done to Ella, and of course, best of luck for the rest of the weekend. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, is the rookie podium, where we are about to welcome 3 drivers onto the top steps. And in third place of the rookie class for Rodin Motorsport, congratulations to Thomas Strauven. In second place, second podium of the season, for René Lammers. Congrats to René as well. And your winner for MP Motorsport just as well is Lukas Fluscher. Well done to Lukas, as we welcome 3 people onto the podium. Stefan Lehner from the Gedlich Racing organization presenting the trophy to Thomas Strauven. We've got Julia Rizzo from our tire partner Hankook presenting the trophy to René Lammers in second place. And of course, the Major of Alcanis, Mr. Esteban, once again to present the trophy to our winner, to Lukas Fluscher. Congratulations once again, and big round of applause to our top 3 finishers, Thomas Strauven, René Lammers, and your winner, Lukas Fluscher. And one more podium to go, ladies and gentlemen, which is our overall one, of course. So please welcome, with a big round of applause, the winning team, which is MP Motorsports. In third place, for us racing, it's Gianmarco Pradel. In second place, on his first appearance in Formula Winter Series, for us racing, Jack Beaton. And here is your winner at his first appearance just as well, for MP Motorsport, Keanu Al-Azari. Well done to Keanu, and in his honor, let's listen to the national anthem of the United Arab Emirates. Sorry, bit of a technical glitch there. Sorry, Keanu, with our apologies there. So next up are the trophies. Sorry for skipping the national anthem as we welcome Andres from the Formula 4 Spanish organization, of course, a partnership in place with Andres Mendres and his team. He's providing one of the trophies along Stefan Lehner, alongside Julio Rizzo, and of course our mayor, Miguel Angel Esteban. Thank you very much, and a big round of applause. Our top 3 drivers and the winning team on the podium. One more round of applause for MP Motorsport, Gianmarco Pradel, Jack Beaton, and your first time winner in Formula Winter Series, Keanu Al-Azari. Right, ladies and gentlemen, here's a quick ad break, and then it's going to be Adam Weller in commentary with race number 1 of the weekend for GT4 Winter Series.
So then, the GT4 Winter Series race has, well, already started. They've started this one under safety car to save some time. So with that, I suppose if we can run through the grid, let's do that. It is Jamie Day in the 19 car that will start this one from pole position. He is alongside Tom Leben on the front row of the grid. In third place, Schnitzlaum Racing's Joel Mesh starts alongside the CV Performance 84 car. Great to welcome a second CV Mercedes. Lachlan Robinson, at the wheel of that one, alongside Charles Dawson. The first of our Pro-Am runners, Nicholas Kalus, is next in 6th place. In 7th place, Igor Kishin, or Yegor Kishin, I should say, on his return to the category. Daniel Drexel in 8th place in the 77, alongside Huber and Asov. 11th place for Richard Wolf. Mikael Sander starting from 12th place. Your back row of the grid will be the number 99 car. Jan Nicholas Sommershoff is set to be at the wheel of that one, but Richard Wolf will line up from 14th. At least that is the order they are on my timing screen. But you see there, we've got some nice onboards for this as well. Riding on board there with Daniel Drexel, running solo as a pro class entry, but he's going to pick his way through some some AM and Pro-Am cars. It's a remarkable qualifying performance from Nicholas Kalus in the SRS Team Sur Rennsport entry. He has had a very good qualifying indeed to start from 6th place as the first AM driver. See if that upward momentum can continue as we go racing. So then, Jamie Day, who is undefeated so far in, well, would have been undefeated in solo sprint races if he weren't penalised, unfortunately, post-race in Valencia. Be looking to avenge what was eventually a 2nd place owing to a penalty with a race win this time in the GT4 Winter Series. He's got Tom Leben and Joel Mesh behind him. He'll be looking to extend his lead in the championship alongside Mikey Porter. Jamie Day leads them way into the first corner as we go racing in at the GT4 Winter Series. Tom Leben and Joel Mesh, your top three. Robinson in fourth and Charles Dawson in fifth place. Great to see the two identically liveried CV Performance cars. Not great for me, albeit. One of those used to be black and gold, and they changed the wrap on it in the paddock on Wednesday, despite my best efforts to convince them otherwise. So those two cars, Charles Dawson and Lachlan Robinson in fourth and fifth place. Dawson will be the AM driver then in amongst the pros in the early stages, and Dawson has really come on weekend by weekend. Drexel there with a big dive up the inside of Yegor Hishin. So Hishin fires back though into the corkscrew, not brave enough on the brakes however. Drexel through into seventh position then, and now Max Huber fancies a piece of this as well. Huber alongside Guillermo Eso. Now Guillermo is part of a Pro-Am entry, the second NM Racing Team Mercedes-AMG GT4 this weekend is running in the in the Pro-Am category rather than the AM class. Alberto Di Martin not here this weekend, so it's Guillermo Eso and then Alex Papadopoulos sharing the car. Guillermo with a background in rally sprints and all sorts of other Spanish competition, with a bit of a wheel on the grass there, but he holds it nicely. That's the rallying experience. Oh, but Daniel Drexel slowing down there at turn 15. Everyone takes evasive action, but what's happened to Drexel? The car just coasting away. You hear him talking to the team. And if he doesn't get that car well off the circuit, this could be a problem for our race control, for our marshals. Our leader, Jamie Day, crosses the line. He'll know nothing about that. Meanwhile, we've had Nicholas Callas up and past Charles Dawson. So Charles Dawson has lost out to both Lachlan Robinson and Nicholas Callas. Callas, though, going wide there through turn one. Callas there just slightly bouncing across the curbs. But Charles Dawson maybe looking to try and fire back here. He's certainly not losing touch with the Porsche. The Porsche and the Mercedes about as widely contrasting as it gets on the GT4 grid, with the potential exception of the massive BMW M4, of course. Speaking of the BMW M4, we haven't had Richard Wolff take the start of this one, so hopefully we get to see that 81 car back out again. Across the curbs and indeed the runoff go the cars there, taking a lot of curb and runoff area through turn 10. They've got to be careful not to exceed track limits too often, of course. Jamie Day exceeding expectations, I would say, in the early stages of this race. You saw the gap there between he and Tom Leben in second place, Leben and Mesh in second and third. Lachlan Robinson just ahead of Nicholas Callas in this battle for fourth place. Now Callas really is drawing attention to himself here. That is allegedly an AM class car, but he is certainly driving the socks off it at the moment. In the slipstream there of Lachlan Robinson at the moment. Robinson going defensive in the 84 car. However, will he be in fourth place by the time they exit turn 16? The answer is yes. I thought for a moment that the 94 car might sneak through, but not quite the case on this occasion. Callas has a history of kart racing as well as racing in a rather lovely E36 BMW, but he really is coming alive here in the Porsche Cayman GT4. Joel Mesh, meanwhile, has a bit more experience of GT4 cars than Nicholas, and he wants to try and get himself past Tom Leben in this battle for second place. Of course, the elite McLaren really has become a force to be reckoned with and could yet be a combatant for second in the championship, maybe even the lead in the championship coming out of this weekend. In the GT4 points, Jamie Day and Mikey Porter have 222 points to their name. Joel Mesh is second with 177. And then the duo of Tom Leben and Zach Meakin are on 166 points in third place. So there's not much in it for second in the championship at the moment. Depending which team you ask, the real battle is now for second place. I think there's a lot of confidence in the Day and Porter camp that they are in fact on their way to a championship. But they need a good weekend here at Arágon before they start planning parties. And Nicholas Callas dives up the inside there of Lachlan Robinson. That was a great move from Callas for 4th overall. And look at that, rear steer as the appears to be oil down there. There is oil down there. I think that oil may well have come from Daniel Drexel. And sure enough, you can see cars sliding. That was Max Huber in a spin. Max Huber is in a spin there. There's a lot of fluid down at that chicane at turn 14, turn 15. It looks like a bit of an ice rink, unfortunately. Robinson and Dawson wheel to wheel. Deep into the corner there goes Nicholas Callas. Oh, that oil is coming from Nicholas's car, isn't it? It looks like it might actually be coming from Nicholas Callas's car. I thought that oil may have already been laid from Daniel Drexel, but no, Callas is into the pit lane. The 85 and the 84 then continue on in their battle for 4th place, but Nicholas Callas has left an almighty amount of oil down on the racing surface. I thought that was from Drexel, but it is not. Now, is it oil or is it coolant from the radiator? Either way, there are two very unhappy Porsches around the circuit, and I don't think Nicholas has even got the car back into the pit lane. Now, the top three are going to come across that oil at turn 14 and 15. They will no doubt have been warned that it's there. But will they heed that warning? Turns 15, 16, 17, 18 will all be incredibly slippery. Potentially 12 and 13 as well. We'll have to see. Leben and Mesh still running in tandem. Now this is where it's going to get treacherous. Both drivers tiptoeing through, and you could see there Joel Mesh almost losing the rear through 14. They both managed to keep it on the island. And Joel Mesh now fancies an opportunity at Tom Leben as they run towards turn 16 of the lap. Leben to go defensive here. Joel Mesh around the outside. Oh, they're almost into the side of each other there. Quite literally door mirror to door mirror, but Leben holds on to it for the time being. He struggles for corner exit speed there. I understand the McLaren may be slightly weaker on initial torque than the Mercedes. You see double wave yellows there at turn 18. I think that's because Nicholas Callas's car, I should say, is unfortunately withdrawn just at turn 18. Didn't get into pit lane even. You see how close they run it to the gravel trap going through 2 into 3. The battle for second place continues at pace then. Kicking up the dust there is Joel Mesh, leaving no stone unturned in this battle. There is the Sörgren Sport Porsche, so that's where the car ended up, and it looks very, very warm by the looks of it. Lots of heat emitting from the rear of that car. Your order then at this juncture is Jamie Day in the race lead, Tom Leben in second place, Joel Mesh in third. Then it's Charles Dawson who's gotten himself back past Lachlan Robinson. Guillermo Aso in 6th place. Yegor Kishin I should say, in 7th place. Mikael Sander in 8th. 9th place for William Kuhne. He was previously listed as Willi Kuhne, but I now note he's gone to his full name, Wilhelm Kuhne, so that's what we'll use going forward. Wilhelm Kuhne in 9th place ahead of Max Huber. And that rounds out your top 10. Huber, despite the spin, is the AM class leader, because of course Nicholas Kalus, unfortunately, is out of the race, and Richard Wolff didn't take the start. So Max Huber is the only AM class car standing right now. Jamie Day leading already by, well, 5.7 seconds a lap ago. I suspect that might be something more in the range of 6 seconds, if not more, already. So often, Jamie Day has looked a cut above everybody in these sprint races. And let's see what his lead is as these two cross the line in the battle for second place. It's 6.4 seconds. So Jamie Day is rapid out there on circuit. His best lap of 2:05.0. It's the only car to have gone quicker than a 2:06 so far in this race. Of course, Forsetti Motorsport announcing formally their British GT programme with Mikey and Jamie over the last few days. Mikey also going to be racing in the British GT Cup Championship as well, or GT Cup UK, I should say. He's clearly loving his time in GT4 machinery after graduating from Ginettas. Look at that, almost sarcastic amounts of corner cutting at the corkscrew there. I don't really know what else to call it. That was fairly egregious. But I'm not seeing any track limits warnings up just yet. Leben and Mesh through turn 13 into 14 and 15. We've had a bulletin on contact between Guillermo Eso and Yegor Hishin. No further action is the verdict there. So there was a collision in the battle for second in Pro-Am a while ago, and that thankfully has not resulted in any penalties. Guillermo running a strong second place, and he's got a very good co-driver with him this weekend in the 36 NM Racing team car in the form of Alex Papadopoulos, who we'll tell you about when he's in the car later on. Jamie Day turns into the first corner, 7 seconds clear of Leben in second place. And look at how much curb they're taking at turn 1. There's Charles Dawson, just ahead of Lachlan Robinson. There's Guillermo Eso, second among the Pro-Am class runners. And he'll see ahead of him the dueling cars from CV Performance Group, one of which, of course, is Charles Dawson, the adversary to Guillermo Eso in the Pro-Am class. I don't think Guillermo is going to get close enough to challenge for a top 5 overall position unless there are dramas, but this is the GT4 Winter Series where, well, there are dramas. So he's not out of the hunt yet by any means. Charles Dawson is doing an admirable job in that battle for 4th place, the CV Performance Group battle just up the road from this NM Racing team car. Dawson being coached, of course, by Seb Morris, the British GT ace. We've seen more of them together in the summer, as I understand it. There is the battle for 4th place going through shot there. It is still Charles Dawson just ahead of Lachlan Robinson. Robinson, previously a handy Rotax karter, just 20 years of age, and has started making inroads into GT4 racing out in Germany with the Mucke Motorsport team, now with CV Performance. And, well, he's got the other CV Performance car right there ahead of him. Charles Dawson picking his inside line extremely early on this extremely long main straight, or back straight I should say. Dawson shallower on the brakes into the corner. Now, has he got the best run that he can? Yes, just about. To be honest, I thought Robinson might have had him there, but it was a good run out of the turn from Charles Dawson. He retains 4th position for now, but Lachlan Robinson certainly stating his intent there around the outside. Battle for 4th position then through turn 1. Lebed and Mesh also still very close together, as you see Robinson clearly pushing. But as yet has not got the opportunity to get up the inside of Charles Dawson. Dawson, I feel, has made some serious progression over the course of the GT4 Winter Series. Lebed and Mesh there going through the corkscrew. And there's a big, big gap back to Dawson and Robinson, almost 20 seconds. So it's going to be waiting a while there to see our next scrap. There is Dawson and Robinson. Still fascinated by the approach to turn 9, which is what turn 9? We're just going to go straight over the green stuff. There is Mikael Sander with, no, sorry, that's Willy Kuhne. Wilhelm Kuhne has just gotten past Jan-Niklas Sommershoff on the circuit, so Kuhne has made up a position. Of course, Kuhne is one of the 2 Cayman Trophy entries, along with Mikael Sander. Through turns 8 and 9 we go. And and we have a move. Lebed and Mesh with side-by-side action. Joel Mesh almost gets past Tom Lebed, but just cutting the nose off the Mercedes-AMG GT4. Is the 3-pointed star even still on that car after they were so close together? Tom Lebed goes defensive into the first corner. Mesh around the outside. He's not going to get it done there, but Joel Mesh certainly stating his intent as they run through turn 2, 3. Almost had it there at turn 16. And Joel Mesh will be well aware that he's running out of time here to try and make a move. And of course, with just 10 points between them in favour of Joel Mesh, as long as that McLaren's in front of him, Mesh is well aware that he's losing points in the battle for second in the championship. Worrying about, and that was a collision between the two of them. We also just saw there that Daniel Drexel got back out on the circuit, but the Resoon Porsche is pulled up once again. So the Resoon Porsche is pulled up on the approach to turn 8. I think he might reverse it back into the service road of his own volition, which is heads-up driving there from Drexel, who has a good amount of GT4 experience and racing experience in general. Here comes the battle for second place once again. It's going to be something like 10 seconds, the gap this time by, between Jamie Day and this scrap for second place. It's McLaren versus Mercedes. Front engine versus mid-engine. Germany versus the UK. And that applies not just to the manufacturers, but also to the teams, of course, with Elite Motorsport and Schnitzelhelm, respectively. Joel Mesh will be once again hoping to try and lunge up the inside. Lebed not going defensive, and Mesh has a look, but he's not quite close enough to draw alongside. It's a good run, though, out of turn 16. Lebed a little bit unsteady, not quite sure-footed coming out of that corner. Now, the higher the speed is, really, the faster the section of circuit, the better for the McLaren, which cuts a smaller hole through the air. Joel Mesh trying to cut a hole to the inside of turn number 1 and not finding a way through. Mesh, oh gosh, just kicking up a little bit of dust at turn 2. You see there that as they try and follow each other, or rather as Mesh tries to follow Lebed through turns 2 and 3, you can see him struggling with understeer through the corner, even in these GT4s, which are nothing like as aero-dependent as a GT3 car, a prototype, or indeed a single-seater. You can see that he's really struggling for grip while trying to pursue Tom Leben. The faster corners around this circuit, 2 and 3. Another quick corner is turn 13, which is overlooked by that famous wall. Jamie Day just going past said wall now, 10.3 seconds clear of that chasing pack in second and third place. He's all on his own there. Tom Leben would love to be free of company at the moment, but Joel Mesh isn't taking the hint to leave the party at this stage. Let's see who gets the best run out of turn 15. Looked to me like Mesh squared that up quite nicely, but he's now got a long time on that throttle. I don't think he's going to be close enough into turn 15. Turn 16, I should say, the hairpin. Nonetheless, he has a little look to the inside, but he will not get it on this occasion. Joel Mesh, though, of course, a race winner this year, a driver with a good amount of confidence. Last year, won in the German GT60 championship, came out of that as a GT4 champion. Joel into the inside there of Leben, but no move made as of yet. Now through 2 and 3, he will struggle once again to just keep the nose pointing where he wants it to go. And he'll come out into 4 and 5 with maybe a car length between himself and Leben, but with 4 minutes and 50 seconds of this race to go, time is certainly ticking against him. Max Huber up the inside here of Mikael Sander. Sander not giving him too much to worry about there, just allows the Mercedes-AMG GT4 through. Of course, the 111 car of Sander is a Cayman Trophy car. It's not full GT4 spec, slightly lower revving engine, slightly different suspension. So it's not a fair fight by any means. And Sander will be focusing primarily on getting to the flag and scoring maximum points in the GT or in the Cayman Trophy class. Now, I said earlier on that I didn't think Guillermo Eso was going to find his way to the rear of Charles Dawson, but I noted there, as we briefly cut to the Mercedes, that Guillermo had actually gained something in the region of 3 seconds, oh sorry, something in the region of 4 seconds over Charles Dawson. Dawson is now behind Lachlan Robinson once again. I'm not convinced that Guillermo Eso won't be on the back of Charles Dawson by the end of this race. We'll see if the number 36 NM Racing team can get there. That, of course, would be for the Pro-Am class lead. Jamie Day has crossed the line to begin lap 13 of the race. Tom Leben will do so second, but I don't know if he'll still be there in a lap's time, because Joel Mesh continues to make life very difficult for the elite McLaren driver. Leben covers the inside line. We do have some track limits warnings coming through, but only one, remarkably, over the course of this race distance, and that was for Mikael Sander. Leben and Mesh on the brakes into turn 5. Next overtaking opportunity for these two will more than likely come at the corkscrew, maybe turn 12. Mesh, in an ideal world, wants to be as close as possible coming out of turn 15 to the rear of the McLaren for a move at the hairpin, of course, but it's very difficult to follow the car efficiently through 12, 13, 14 and 15 before coming onto the long back straight. Incidentally, this will be the final lap of the race, the penultimate lap of the race. So they will start the final lap next time by. Jamie Day on his own adventure at the front of the order. Leben and Mesh, meanwhile, run in tandem in the battle for second place. And once again, Mesh, I'm not sure he's going to be close enough for much of a run on Leben. That wasn't the best corner exit, to my eye, for Joel Mesh. He might need to try and get this done somewhere else. The Mercedes looks strong from about turn 5 to turn 10. That Mercedes looks particularly well sorted. A minute and 25 left on the clock as Jamie Day powers across the start-finish line to begin what will be the final lap. Tom Leben and Joel Mesh will join him in starting the final lap, and unless Mesh has something special in his back pocket, I'm not convinced that Mesh can do anything about the elite McLaren. He's had several attempts, but so far nothing thrown at the wall has stuck. Oh, we've got a spin for Charles Dawson. Dawson having a moment there. Did he do a full 360 or something like that? Because he's hardly lost any time. I understand he just locked up rather than spinning, but he went very deep into the corner, and that might well be because he realizes Guillermo Eso is closing in on him. The gap is just 1.2 seconds in the Pro-Am lead. Guillermo Eso is really making life hard now for Charles Dawson. Dawson, who has previously raced GT4 and TCR machinery throughout Europe, he's used to racing on the European stage. And there is Jamie Day. Jamie Day through turn 13 for the final time. He is all alone. He is fairly secure in his position. I'm not sure the same applies to Tom Leben or Charles Dawson, however. Leben and Mesh were just 4/10 apart last time across the line. But for Jamie Day, he's looking unimpeachable at the front. Mesh with a good run out of turn 15. This is going to be the opportunity that he needs. He's trying to find any way he can to get past Tom Leben. To the outside of turn 16 he goes. And Mesh with a nose ahead. Will he be in second place, or will it be Leben that holds on? Our leader, Jamie Day, will cross the line, and it will be Tom Leben that follows him, I believe. Jamie Day is your race winner. It's Leben versus Mesh, and Tom Leben, with the defensive drive of the weekend so far, will hold on to second place. Joel Mesh couldn't quite do it, despite what looked like a golden opportunity coming out of turn 15. Fourth place will go to Lachlan Robinson, but what about the Pro-Am lead? Charles Dawson on the inside line as they come through turn 16. Guillermo Eso is next in sixth position. And, oh, big power slide there from Guillermo, but he is just about going to have to settle for P2. Charles Dawson with a very well-earned Pro-Am victory. Fifth overall for him, ahead of Guillermo Eso in the 36 car. Yegor Hishin will cross the line, seventh place in the 24 car. He will be the last of the Pro-Am runners on the podium. Max Huber will follow him, of course, taking an AM class win, albeit with no other AM class cars reaching the flag. Max Huber crosses the line in 8th. Mikael Sander will be home in 9th. Will it be Wilhelm Kuhner that follows him home? Maybe not, because here comes Jan-Niklas Sommershoff up the inside. Sommershoff with better traction out of the corner, and he will claim an overall top 10 finish at the very last braking zone of the lap. Sommershoff then claiming 10th place and 4th in Pro-Am, ahead of Wilhelm Kuhner, who takes second in Cayman Trophy behind Mikael Sander, and that is our last car across the line. Daniel Drexel, of course, out there parked up after his car's numerous issues. Well, it's not even parked up anymore, it's already on the flatbed, unfortunately for Daniel Drexel. I was interested to see how he would do this weekend, the driver who's done a good bit of running in the Resoon cars, be it the KTMs, be it the Porsches, and unfortunately, he's ended this one on a flatbed. Jamie Day, your winner then in this race by 14 seconds. That is a huge result for Jamie Day. He'll be greeted by Mikey Porter down in the pits in due course. Joe Holloway, William and the rest of the team as well, but shortly thereafter, Izzy Browning will be down there to get Jamie Day's thoughts. Jamie's often quite a reserved young man, but he has to be extremely happy with how his season is progressing. Did great work at the Dubai 24 Hours in January and has been a superstar in the GT4 Winter Series so far this year. Jamie Day from Tom Leben from Joel Mesh, your podium, as we get a look over the Motorland Arágon site. And what a site that is. This facility celebrating its 15th anniversary of opening this year. And it is one of the most exciting facilities in Europe for my money. I think it's rather underutilized in the world of car racing. Obviously hosts both the World Superbike and MotoGP championships, but I'd certainly like to see some more major car categories around this circuit. So Jamie Day pulls up to the familiar first place slot and will be congratulated on a good job well done. Tom Leben will also be, I'm sure, congratulated immensely for his defensive drive against Joel Mesh. That will bring the gap down to less than 10 points in the battle for second in the GT4 Winter Series overall points. There is Jamie Day out of the car. Bit of a stretch and a shake for the British driver. Now these days a British expat in the UAE. Driver with a lot of promise and a lot of potential as well. I think there'll be some GT4 teams in the British GT space, the British GT paddock, watching the progress of Porter and Day and thinking, okay, that might be something to bear in mind going forward. I do like the full race helmet on that particular photographer. Wonder if that's one of the drivers who's just nicked an e-scooter to have a look. That's always a risk, but he does look like a proper media person. I, on the other hand, am not a proper media person, but I also got a look at some of the photography areas thanks to the wonderful series photographer Daniel Bjergen. He even lent me one of his cameras, and a couple of the photos were even in focus. So, you know, good job. But Jamie Day has been laser focused on that top step this year. He has stood on the top step every time in the solo races. Of course, he lost the Valencia win to a penalty, but with that result, I somehow doubt this one is going to be stripped away from him. Let's go down to Izzy Browning now, though, because she has Jamie Day at the ready.
Yeah, hello everyone. I'm down here with our race one winner, Jamie Day. That looked like a nice Saturday afternoon drive to me. How was it for you?
Yeah, it was pretty good. Just once we got the gap from the start, it was pretty chilled, and then just at the end, just tried to be nice and consistent, and then just pull away even more.
Yeah, you had a pretty good gap going across the end there, but kind of helped by the guys behind you fighting a little bit. So did you know that they were fighting?
Yeah, I was getting some radio calls that they were fighting, but again, just the main thing I was focusing on was just keeping consistent, and then yeah, just trying to pull away, and then at the end, just having a nice gap.
And you've got quite a good record, quite a record that some of the other drivers are probably jealous of. You won every sprint race that you've done. So, going to do it again tomorrow in the endurance race?
Hopefully, that's always the aim, and we'll just see how we get on in the morning in the sprint race with Mikey, and then, yeah, that's always the aim tomorrow in the endurance.
And good learning today as well on the track. So do you feel like this is a track that suits your car?
yeah, 100%. I feel like the Aston's hooked up round here, and all week we've shown that we've had good pace, and it's just getting stronger and stronger.
Perfect. Congratulations. We'll let you get off to the podium. Thank you. All right, there's our race 1 winner, Jamie Day. We'll see if the Forsetti boys can do it again tomorrow and extend their championship lead. For now, we're going to head up to Adam for the replays.
Thank you very much, Izzy. That was a dominant performance then from Jamie Day in the GT4 Winter Series race. He claims the win by 14 seconds over Tom Leben. Joe Mesh takes 3rd. Lachlan Robinson takes 4th place. Charles Dawson just about holds on to the Pro-Am win. Performance of the weekend in the defensive stakes from either him or Tom Leben, I'm not quite sure. Guillermo Eso taking 6th place. Yegor Hishin in 7th place. Max Huber, the first and only AM car to take the flag, in 8th place. Mikael Sander in 9th. Jan-Niklas Sommershoff in 10th place. Wilhelm Kuhne in 11th. Nicholas Kalus, unfortunately, leaking fluid and going no further after a few laps. Daniel Drexel also with issues in another Porsche. And that was all of the cars. Unfortunately, we also didn't get to see the number 81 BMW M4 GT4 of Richard Wolff. Let's take a look then at some highlights of that race. The race got underway under safety car to save a little bit of time, frankly, after the big delay in FWS, and Jamie Day would have been hoping for what exactly transpired in this race. A good start to the race as we got under green flag conditions. He could get away while everyone else battled. Daniel Drexel with an early move on Yegor Hishin. However, his race wouldn't go much more than a few corners after this. He would come to a halt effectively coming out of turn 15. Perhaps electrical gremlins or something of that nature for the driver of the 77. Charles Dawson was in a scrap with Nicholas Kalus, as well as his teammate, his new teammate Lachlan Robinson in the second CV Performance car. The Team Sug Rennsport Porsche looked very strong and was fighting with Robinson for 4th place overall in the middle phase of this race. Robinson was holding off the Porsche as best he could. Second and third place battle between Mesh and Leben continued to entertain. And then unfortunately, we started to see the 94 car losing fluid, and that would make the turn 14 and 15 in particular very, very slippery, and would lead the CV Performance cars to their own battle. Lachlan Robinson was passed by Charles Dawson. However, Dawson would later lose back out to Robinson. Joe Mesh, meanwhile, would never find his way past Tom Leben, albeit he would try on many, many different occasions to find his way through. Often, of course, at the hairpin at turn 16, also at turn 1. But Tom Leben knows a thing or two about getting his elbows out from his time in junior single-seaters and staved off the young German racer. A little bit of a bump between the two of them at one point as well as they went through turn 5. There's a drag race down to turn 1 and a switch of lane as well from Joel Mesh, as again he tried any way he could. Did everything except burrow under the 78 McLaren over the course of the race. Max Huber, the only AM car left standing after various other issues. He was having a good battle with Mikael Sander, but Sander eventually made it look fairly easy. Leben and Mesh with a drag race down to the turn 16. However, with Leben on the inside line, it was only ever going to go one way. Leben crossing the line in second place, Jamie Day winning, and despite this one last desperate attempt at the final corner, Joel Mesh had to settle for third behind Tom Leben. Meanwhile, the Pro-Am battle came down to the wire as well. Guillermo Eso trying to get a good run through turn 17, fully sideways as he tried to get past, but it wasn't to be on that occasion. And Jan-Niklas Sommershoff managed to get into the overall top 10 at the very last opportunity as he got past Wilhelm Kuhne. A great race then from the GT4 Winter Series once again. A great piece of action in the battle for third and fourth place as well. Lots of exciting racing in the GT4 Winter Series. And we, of course, have another sprint to come in race 2 and an enduro in race number 3 as well. It is certainly the series that most consistently delivers always exciting action in the GT4 Winter Series. And we are not done with GT cars. The GT Winter Series grid is currently making its way towards the start-finish line. Meanwhile, Lukas Gajewski is still herding some drivers to hopefully get a GT4 series of podiums underway post-haste. And in fact, he's ready. Let's go to Lukas now.
Yes, I've finished herding. Thank you very much, Adam Weller. Let's go with our podium in GT4 Winter Series race number 1 this weekend. What a fabulous competition it was. So let's please welcome our top 3 finishers onto the podium. And in 3rd place for Schnitzelarm Racing, it's Joel Mesch. In 2nd place for Elite Motorsports, Tom Leben. And continuing his impressive record is your race winner for Fossetti Motorsport, Jamie Day. Let's welcome Stefan and Sergio from the team of Gietlich Racing onto the podium, joined by Marco Scherlich from our tire partner Pirelli, presenting the trophies to our top 3 finishers. Jamie Day victorious. And behind him, it was a glorious fight between Joel and Tom for 2nd and 3rd as we gather our top 3 guys on the top step of the podium for the pictures. And then afterwards, of course, we need another huge round of applause after this fantastic competition for your top 3 drivers in pro class, Joel Mesch, Tom Leben and Jamie Day. Thank you very much. Well then, guys, already looking forward to the 2nd race tomorrow morning, of course, live from Arágon. Next up then is the Pro-Am class with another set of 3 podium finishers. And in 3rd place for Wimmerwerk Motorsport, it's Igor Kichin. In 2nd place, his first podium for NM Racing, Guillermo Asso. And your Saturday evening Pro-Am winner for CV Performance is Charles Dawson. Well done to Charles as we present the trophies to our winners. As I say we, that's of course the Gietlich Racing organization and Marco Scherlich's Pirelli's very own Marco Scherlich to present the trophies to our top 3 finishers as we gather them once again on the highest step of the podium. For Daniel Bergin, Adam mentioned him a couple of minutes ago in commentary. He's taking some pictures, and of course, so are our photographers down there in the pits. So let's please have another big round of applause. Our Pro-Am top 3 finishers, Igor Kichin, Guillermo Asso, and your winner, Charles Dawson. Next up is our AM class podium, which is fairly easy because it's just, well, I say just, but it's the winner. We welcome onto the top step of the podium for NM Racing. Congratulations to Max Huber. Well done, Max. Another podium finish for him as Marco Scherlich presents the trophy to our winning AM driver. Of course, having a fantastic battle in the overall classification out there on the circuit just as well. Big round of applause once again. Thank you very much, as there is another shot taken there from Daniel. Max Huber, thank you very much. And then it's one more podium to go until we kick off race number 1 for the GT Winter Series here in Arágon. And this is our Cayman Trophy podium. Please welcome in 2nd place for SR Motorsport, Wilhelm Kühne. And his teammate victorious for SR Motorsport just as well, Michael Sander. Well done to him, just as well as we present the trophies to our top 2 Cayman Trophy finishers, both entered by SR Motorsport, with Wilhelm Kühne in 2nd place and Michael Sander, former champion, of course, in GT Winter Series, which is next up tonight on a fabulous Saturday night of racing, live from Aragon. One big round of applause, please. Michael Sander and Willy Kühne. So that's your Cayman Trophy podium done and dusted, as are all the podiums for GT4 Winter Series tonight. Of course, we're back tomorrow, but for now, it's GT Winter Series action live from Motorland Aragon.
Well, thank you very much, Lucas. And yes, indeed, already on the formation lap we are for the GT Winter Series, the GT3 cars and the single-make machinery out on the circuit for this one. The GT Winter Series set for their first 30-minute sprint race. And it is a compelling little grid for this one. It is Martin Kazmarski who will be our pole sitter in the 147 PTT racing car. Kazmarski with a 157.740, our pole sitter for this race. SR Motorsports' Kenneth Heyer will line up alongside him on the front row. In 3rd place, David Thelinius, the American racer, lining up in 3rd position. Hubert Darmetko, he's got some backup this weekend. Matthias Lazowski will be with him in the endurance race. He's 4th and 1st of the Cup 2 runners. Heyer and Darmetko, 2 of the championship protagonists. Pablo Brass in 5th place in overall standings. 5th on the grid and 2nd among the Cup 2s. And then it's Leandro Martins. Martins is 2nd in the championship, just 3 points or so back from Heyer and Hartling, our championship leaders. Joachim Bulting in 7th place in the 38 car, alongside Pierre Errit in the Porsche 991.2 GT3R rather than the Ferrari 296. He's expecting to be out in that car, the 296 Ferrari, in a week's time in Barcelona, but the Porsche has been pressed into service for this weekend. It's another pair of Porsches on the back row as well, in the form of Miguel Gomez and Werner Panhauser. I've just noticed that it's a Fiat Panda 100 HP that is leading these cars around the grid for this race. That is absolutely excellent. I want one of them. Martin Kazmarski, though, with much more power than 100 underneath his right foot. He will be leading this one from pole position. Kazmarski, who made his GT3 racing debut in the GT Winter Series at Jerez and took a win on that weekend. He took a win up against Kenneth Heyer, so he'd be looking to do much the same in this one, but Kenneth isn't going to let him have it all his own way. Equally, David Thelinius, the American who is new to the GT Winter Series, will be looking to make his mark from 3rd in the newly entered Schnitzelhelm Racing number 111 Mercedes AMG. That car entered under the Schnitzelhelm banner, but it is a sister car to the SR Motorsport Mercedes of Heyer. Thelinius, who has regularly raced at the N24 in recent years. Great to see him with us at Motorland Aragon. It's a big pile of V8 engines at the front of the order then. 3 6.2 litre Mercedes AMG GT3 Evos at the sharp end of the order. Which of them will be leading into the first corner? It's a great start by the looks of it from one of the Cup 2 cars further back, Joachim Bulting. And look at Darmetko. He's trying to go around the outside of some of the GT3 cars. Ends up 3rd overall, so he's gotten past Thelinius. And Pierre Errit there into the side of I think that might be Werner Panhauser, yes. Thankfully, both cars okay, but everyone is rolling and racing in the GT Winter Series. Kazmarski from Heyer, from Darmetko then, your top 3, and I suspect that these two will very quickly disappear up the road. Thelinius will want to make very short work of Hubert Darmetko ahead of him in the battle for third position. Darmetko, of course, in the Porsche 992 Cup car. Just the two classes represented this weekend, GT3 and Cup 2. We just saw there Pierre Ehret following Joachim Bolting. Bolting went wide and Ehret has gotten through. So Pierre Ehret in the GT3 Porsche makes up a position further back for 7th overall. But it is Haya from Kazmarski then at the front of the pack. Kenneth Haya got the best start. He leads the way in the early stages of this race. That is not what Martin Kazmarski would have wanted off that rolling start, but on this occasion, he's going to have to fight from underneath to try and claim the win. He's also going to have to turn on his headlights because it's getting ever darker here and everybody else has done it. So Martin needs to get the headlights on, but otherwise it has been a solid first lap. Darmetko, third place. Of course, these Porsche Cup cars with less aero, probably towards the end of the straights, hitting a higher top speed in terms of kilometers per hour, but Mercedes should be quicker across the lap. That said, Thelinius under pressure from some of the cars behind him. It's Leandro Martins up to second in class in Cup 2, just behind Thelinius. And so the 111 Mercedes is now proving to be a bit of an obstacle for Leandro Martins. We ride on board with him and look at the speed difference at the apex here between the GT3 and him. He just can't carry the same speed. The combination of the dirty air and indeed the lack of downforce. Oh, we've got one car off the circuit. Now, is that Pierre Ehret potentially? Yes, it is. Pierre Ehret is off the circuit in the 115 Porsche. Pressing this car into service as the Ferrari 296 was needed just a couple of days ago for Rinaldi Racing in GT World Challenge testing. And unfortunately, it's not been a great start. Martin Kazmarski is on the charge, though. He's looking to the inside of Kenneth Haya for the race lead. And will he maybe be able to do something as they run through 14 and 15 to get a good run for the long back straight? He does get a fairly tidy exit from the corner, and he is well in the slipstream. So this could be the opportunity now for Martin Kazmarski. No excuses can be made. They're both the same car, the Mercedes-AMG GT3 Evo. Kazmarski to the inside, but not close enough to get alongside Kenneth Haya. Haya with his work cut out for him, though, with Martin Kazmarski behind him. Kazmarski is, in a strict sense, an AM driver. However, he is a driver with a lot of diverse experience. If you joined us in Jerez, you'll remember me talking about the fact that he raced the Dakar back in 2014, finished 9th overall as the youngest ever starter in the Dakar car class at that time. Did some rallycross racing, has done some Polish and Central European endurance racing, and is now moving up to GT3 machinery here in the GT Winter Series. While he is a gentleman driver, an AM driver, however you want to say it, it's only in the strictest of terms. He's got the pace to fight pro drivers. Kenneth Haya is a professional racing driver, and this is a great scrap between the two of them. I was speaking to Kenneth Haya in the paddock at Valencia, and while he has had a very long and very successful career, these days his focus really is more on getting young talent developed and getting new Mercedes race cars developed. He's very proud of Jamo Hartling, his teammate here at Schnitzel, or at SR Motorsport, which is the kind of international subsidiary, if you will, of Schnitzel Racing. Out of turn 15 they go once again then. Kazmarski is once again being towed along the back straight by Kenneth Haya. But once again, Kenneth Haya just about far enough ahead to continue leading the way. Thelinius, meanwhile, has not found his way past Hubert Darmetko. You see on the picture-in-picture there, the onboard with the 111 Mercedes AMG. That car will be shared between himself and Moritz Wiskirchen. Now expect Moritz Wiskirchen to be incredibly strong once he's at the wheel. He is a very good driver indeed. Talking of strong, let's talk a bit about Pablo Bras there in 6th position. A former or reigning, I should say, Spanish GT champion, CER GT champ. And a driver that we saw at Portimao challenging Leandro Martins. And once again, we see them scrapping for second in the Cup 2 class. And Hubert Darmetko will be laughing all the way to the bank and potentially to the top step there in 3rd place. Of course, Leandro in the familiar colours of the Kapfinger family. That car purchased from Mikael and Johannes Kapfinger after Estoril, where he was rather rudely shown an Armco barrier at the start of the race, and that car was written off, unfortunately. Leandro, though, was A-OK, bought a race car a couple of days later, a second Porsche 992 GT3 Cup machine, and is now back in the thick of it in the Racar Motorsport 911. I talked about the title fight a few moments ago, and it is just on 3 points between the Racar Motorsport car second the championship and Kenneth Haya and Jamo Hartling in the lead of the championship. 80.96 points for Hartling and Haya, 77.76 points for Leandro Martins, who thus far in the season has been joined in the cockpit by Dieter Swepes, but is now partnered this weekend by Dylan Pereira, the Porsche Super Cup champion of 2022, a driver who is going to be a force to be reckoned with, has taken the kind of double crown of Porsche Carrera Cup racing, the German Championship and the Super Cup. Won the Porsche Carrera Cup Germany in 2020, won the Super Cup in 2022. So Dylan Pereira is going to hop into that 911 car in Sunday's race and in the endurance race, and that car is going to fly in his hands, and it's not as if it's very slow with Leandro Martins at the wheel either. In fact, Pereira will even race in the sprint. Usually the pro driver doesn't bother with the sprint races, but Pereira is here to try and score some points for the Racar Motorsport and Leandro Martins championship effort. Oh, and Martin Kazmarski has managed to get to the inside here of Kenneth Haya. Haya will muscle Kazmarski out if he can, but no, a dive to the inside at turn 12 has moved Martin Kazmarski into the race lead. Kazmarski, your new leader. Kenneth Haya might have a thing or two to say about that, though. We joined the move kind of mid-progression. Hopefully there wasn't any contact, but certainly it was very close quarters. And here comes Kenneth Haya. Little look to the inside. He's not going to take this lying down by any means. Of course, he will know, as well as anybody else, that he needs to score every point he can this weekend, along with Jamo Hartling, for the purposes of that championship bid. If you're unfamiliar with GT Winter Series, the points are scored in the respective classes. So Kenneth Haya and Jamo Hartling will only be considering the other GT3 cars when it comes to the points battles. And the same applies for Leandro Martins. He will be concerned with the other Cup 2 cars, the Porsche 992 Cup machinery. Only 4 cars in GT3, while there are 6 in Cup 2, and that means that the Cup 2 class is worth slightly more points. You get more points if you've got more competition in your class. and that could work against Hire and Hartling this weekend. We ride on board with David Felinius, one of the GT3 competitors for this weekend. Great to see a second car from the Schnitzelbaum camp. Felinius has previously raced in Canadian Formula Fords, the Grand Am Coney Series, which was a precursor to the current Michelin Pilot Challenge. So production car racing, and has recently been a regular at the N24. We've got a double yellow flag at turn 2. Now, I'm not sure for whom that is, but double waved yellows are out there as Martins and Brass continue to scrap. I think it could be for Miguel Gomez, because Miguel Gomez has dropped down the order. Hopefully he's not beached in the gravel. There's a lot of gravel here. Ah, he is beached in the gravel. And while that has been going on, we have quite a significant bulletin on the timing screen. Car 911, that's the Raccar Motorsport machine of Leandro Martins. Car 951, that's the car behind him of Pablo Brass, who dives to the inside for second in Cup 2. Who's going to come out ahead, I don't know, but both of these cars have drive-through penalties, as does Pierre Elliott, as does Werner Panhauser, for the wrong starting position at the start of this race. So the Cup 2 second place battle are going to both have to drive through the pit lane before the end of this race. In fact, within the next 3 laps, of course. Double waved yellows at turn 2, as we can see. Emergency lights on for Miguel Gomez, who'll be hoping no one finds his car in the gravel trap. Gomez with a background in the CER Championship in Spain, much like Pablo Brass, much like Pedro Brass as well, who is going to be sharing that 952 car. Good to see some Spanish teams entering GT Winter Series. Historically, it's a very Germanic grid in GT Winter Series. The Giedlich Racing organisation inviting teams down to Iberia from the Eifel region of Germany and beyond, and recently we've seen much more international participation in all of our classes. Unfortunately, we're going to see some more participation from the safety car, as that has just been declared on the circuit. The safety car is out, and it's rather unsurprising because that 952 car is more than a little close for comfort to the racing surface. Really no choice but to get that car recovered. And what that will do is potentially, I'm not sure what the regulations say on this, but it could create an opportunity for those with drive-through penalties, Martins, Brass, Errit and Panhauser, to serve them at a minimal loss. I would not be sure quite what the decision is there. Typically drive-through penalties can't be served under safety car. I suspect that is the case here also. Kazmarski and Hire, of course, will be pushed back together effectively with this safety car. Hubert Darmetko will also be brought back into the fold, and of course for Darmetko it puts him under fire potentially from Thelinius, but more worryingly from his Cup 2 adversaries Leandro Martins, Pablo Brass. So that could be one to watch as well. Pierre Errit will get the opportunity to maybe gain some track time after his spin earlier on, or gain some time back after his spin earlier on. But of course he is, again, one of 4 drivers who needs to serve a drive-through penalty. Now, Werner Panhauser has served his drive-through there. He's gone through the pits. We'll see if the others do the same and whether race control has anything to say about it. Of course, this race is 30 minutes in total. Once the clock hits 0, we are on the final lap, and I tell you what, look at the light at the moment. It has just started to be a sunny day once again. The sun fighting its way through the clouds here at Motorland Arágon. We are in golden hour. Photographer's delight, if you please. And I'm sure our camera ops and our videographers, such as Emilio from Giedlich, are loving the lighting that we've got here. It's becoming a beautiful evening here at Motorland Arágon, and we are racing into the evening here. We have a prototype Winter Series race to come after this, which of course will be the standard 50 minutes with a pit stop in the middle. Martin Kazmarski will not appreciate the fact that there's a safety car in the middle of this race, as it has brought Kenneth Hire right back into play. I don't think the safety car is going anywhere on this occasion either. Yeah, the lights are still on the car, so at least one more lap under safety car. This is a 2-minute lap anyway, so with a Volkswagen Polo dictating the pace, I suspect it's something more like 3 minutes. Now, no one is diving into the pit lane to serve their drive-throughs, so whether Werner Panhauser is correct to serve it under safety car or not, I'm not entirely certain of the protocol there, but it seems like everybody else is deciding to serve it later once we're back to green flag. And that might be done with judiciary in mind. Kazmarski and Hire then, your top two in the race right now. There is the onboard with Leandro Martins. Just ahead of him still is David Thelinius in the 111 machine. Mercedes-AMG's pretty well dominating the GT3 class this weekend. Of course, we do have, as you see there, a Porsche 991.2 as well. Porsche 991.2 with a glorious engine note. Both the 992 Cup car and the 991 GT3R, I think, are fairly referred to as screamers. The GT Winter Series is always an auditory treat. There you see Miguel Gomez rolling again, so they very generously pushed him back onto the tarmac. However, we are still under safety car. Will we see the safety car in this lap? We haven't had a bulletin to that effect yet. I'm not aware of anything else hindering a resumption of the race, but as of now, no trace of a safety car in this lap bulletin. We'll keep an eye on the lights of the safety car. Are they on? Are they off? The sun is causing me to struggle to tell. The safety car is going to be in this lap, so we are going racing with almost exactly 10 minutes left on the clock. Miguel Gomez has been rescued from the sand pit, and Martin Kazmarski will be hoping to run away from Kenneth Hire. He'd started building the gap over Hire when the safety car came out. Gomez is back into the pit lane, so he might not go any further in this race. Werner Panhauser's drive through the pit lane has been acknowledged as him serving the drive-through. Let's see when the other three elect to make their drive-through penalties happen. Martin Kazmarski and Kenneth Hire then lead the field away. Once again, we return to racing. everyone safely through the first couple of corners, and David Thelinius loses out there to Leandro Martins. Now this is big in the Cup 2 battle, because Leandro Martins has gotten past David Thelinius, which means Hubert Darmetko can no longer rest on his laurels. He was hardly doing so. He was putting in great laps, but now it is Martins versus Darmetko in Cup 2. This is a battle we've seen many times before, and this time it gets physical. This time there's damage. Leandro Martins clips the side of Darmetko, and you can see the suspension damage on the 911 car. Darmetko in the gravel as well. Both of those cars aren't going any further without intervention from a recovery crew. And Leandro Martins throws open the door there. And to me, that gesticulation was more of an apology than a query. I think, yes, he's saying that was me. In fact, yes, look, he's even going to try and push out Hubert. That is lovely to see from Leandro Martins. He knows that was on him. And he thought that perhaps Darmetko wasn't going to get a car going and went into action. So, well, Hubert Darmetko continues on, albeit he continues on well behind his Cup 2 adversaries. So Pablo Bras is your Cup 2 class leader now, and you see him behind David Thelinius. Of course, Pablo Bras, though, is one of the drivers with a drive-through penalty. So that is not going to last, is it? Is he going to come into the pits this time? He does take a shallow entry into the final corner, and yes, Pablo Bras peels into the pit lane. Pierre Elliott continues on his way. Of course, Leandro Martins was meant to come in for a drive-through, but now he is in the gravel. Brass then rolling down pit lane, and he will be hard-pressed to do much beyond a 7th place finish, but that would be enough now with Darmetko and Martins' issues for a podium in Cup 2. Here is your new Cup 2 leader, Joachim Bulting. He goes past the stricken Cup 2 car of Leandro Martins, and I believe we can take a look at how he got there. It was going into turn 5, and Martins clipped the rear, I think, of Darmetko initially. That broke the suspension on his car, and he then careened into Darmetko again with no way of steering the car. And as we saw subsequently, he was very well aware that that was his own fault. Leandro is a nice guy. He would not be at all pleased to have cost Leandro, or to have cost Hubert Darmetko a chance at winning the race in Cup 2. Pierre Elliott is also a nice guy, but he's a guy that's on the gravel at the moment, and unfortunately he loses out a bit of time there then to Joachim Bulting, who of course has inherited this Cup 2 lead, but look at his bonnet flapping away as they head down into turn 16, and unfortunately as they head to turn 16 we see that the safety car board is illuminated once again. Now, this race hasn't been shy of interruptions. There was only a second between Kazmarski and Haya when they crossed the line this time by, but unfortunately they will now discover that a Volkswagen Polo is the new leader on the road. And with 4 minutes and 55 seconds to go, and a car with suspension damage in the gravel, I just wonder how much racing we're going to get. This is a 2-minute lap at race speed. It's a 3-minute plus lap at reasonably priced family hatchback speed. So, touch and go whether we get this one back underway under checkered flag. Once the clock hits 0, the race is not over, but we are on the final lap once the clock hits 0. It may well be the race gets started next time by, or it doesn't get started at all. We'll have to keep an eye on that, but for now, we see that Leandro Martins is being pulled away, and now I know there is an access road just a few meters away, so we may well get this one back underway again. We ride on board, unfortunately, with the car that is being craned away by our marshals. They're now steering it and the crane or the tractor away towards the access road. So hopefully we'll get this one underway. There's, of course, a small mercy of a kilometre-long back straight that allows you some time to stall if you're a safety car driver. And the safety car has been declared in this lap, which means it's going to be a 2-lap dash. Unfortunately, with only 10 cars entered this weekend, we could do without losing any numbers, but we have done so in this race. We also did so, unfortunately, on Thursday when Uwe Lauer damaged the chassis of his Ferrari 488 GT3 in a crash. Uwe was A-OK, but the car, unfortunately, is too damaged to compete here and too damaged to compete in Barcelona, our season finale, where we are expecting, I won't say the number, but I will say a lot of GT cars in the GT Winter Series. The appeal of the Spanish Grand Prix hosting facility is plain to see on the entry list for that event. The grand finale of the 2024 Giedlik Winter Series event calendar is going to be very, very fun to watch, as will the run to the flag in this race. Now, 2 minutes and 12 left on the clock. Depending on how quickly Kazmarski gets the car underway, this is either the penultimate lap or the final lap that we're starting now. Oh, he's going to cross the line with almost exactly 2 minutes left on the clock. Well, I'm not the flag man, so it's not my concern. We are going racing, and we are back underway. And that's a big dive from Werner Panhauser. That's not a dive. That is inventing a new layout. He goes straight on, and unfortunately falls to the back of the order. Hubert Darmetko then, right on the back of Pablo Bras. Now, we still have drive-through penalties to serve for Pablo Bras, for Leandro Martins and for Pierre Elliott. None of them have taken their penalties yet. So maybe they're all going to get converted to, I think it's usually a 30-second penalty. We'll have to wait and see, but nonetheless, the race has begun. Again, I am not sure whether this is the final lap or the penultimate. It's going to be touch and go. I suspect they might be presented the checkered flag this time by. So we'll keep a keen eye on the flag man as the cars emerge over the crest of the hill this time by. But Martin Kazmarski has got the launch that he needed. He's got the lead that he needs over Kenneth Hyatt. And he could well be on the way to his second GT Winter Series win of the 2024 season. Of course, joined us for the first time at Jerez and has been great to watch ever since. Elliott under pressure from Pablo Bras and Hubert Darmetko, who launches one up the inside of Pablo Bras. That's a very nice move between the former leader of Cup 2 and the former second place runner in Cup 2, both of whom have had their own dramas. And again fighting for second place with Joachim bolting up the road. Bras to the inside of Darmetko. And does Darmetko go deep? Yes. Pablo Bras gets back through. Is the checkered flag out? I think we're going to get one more lap. Where's Kazmarski? He has crossed the line to do one more lap. So we are getting one more lap of racing. We are not getting the 115, the 911 or the 951 car serving their drive-throughs. Of course, Leandro Martins can't. He's in the gravel. But what about the two cars that have yet to serve their penalties? Pablo Bras and Pierre Elliott in 5th and 6th place. For Darmetko, while he's clearly fighting hard to try and get past Pablo Bras, he doesn't really need to, because that drive-through is more than likely going to be converted into a postscript time penalty. Martin Kazmarski has been driving an exemplary race here through all of the pauses, through all of the dramas, through all of the fighting with Kenneth Heyer. Kaczmarski now has a 2.4-second lead at the front of the pack. Hubert Darmetko seems to be struggling a bit with an understeery car as Werner Panhauser follows him through corkscrew for the final time at turn 8 and 9. There's Kenneth Heyer in second place. David Thelinius will make it an all GT3 overall podium. I was speaking to Martin Kaczmarski in hospitality a couple of days ago. Asked him what he thought of this circuit. He really, really likes this place. First time here. And he's about to cap off his first race with another trophy on the mantle. David Thelinius heads down towards turn 16 for the final time to claim third place on his debut in the GT Winter Series. But Martin Kaczmarski makes it race win number 2 in the GT Winter Series. Kaczmarski has taken the checkered flag and the win ahead of Kenneth Heyer in second place. Heyer 3.5 seconds back from the winner, David Thelinius, in third place. Joachim Bolting with 4th overall, as well as the Cup 2 win. Pierre Elliott takes 5th. Pablo Bras takes 6th. Hubert Darmetko, the 7 car, finishing in 7th place. Werner Panhauser 8th, and Miguel Gomez there, despite his dalliance with the gravel, rounds out the finishing order in 9th. Well, we are running a slightly reduced grid this weekend. Not everybody willing to drive headlong into the Aragon Desert this weekend, seemingly, to join us in the GT Winter Series, but no shortage of action, no shortage of wonderful machinery, as always, in the GT Winter Series. Of course, there will be some postscript here with both Pierre Elliott and Pablo Bras owing us a drive-through penalty, which is typically converted to a time penalty when that's not served. So I'd suspect that Elliott and Bras are going to drop down to 7th and 8th place respectively and elevate Darmetko and Panhauser to 5th and 6th respectively. But that will be confirmed either imminently or indeed in the time after our racing has concluded on Saturday evening. But for Martin Kaczmarski, the confirmation was in crossing the line. He is, for the second time, a race winner in the GT Winter Series. He relishes competition, and he's also very harsh on himself. He was giving himself a bit of a bad rap, frankly, in the post or in the interviews he did with Chris McCarthy at Valencia, where he had the likes of Nicky Thiem and Finn Wiebelhaus and Juan de Mocoena to compare himself to. Hopefully he's a little more buoyant and positive this time when he speaks to Izzy Browning down on the pit apron. Because certainly he did a great job there getting himself past Kenneth Heyer, and he'll be looking to try and get his second victory on Sunday morning as well. He's only ever taken 1 win in a weekend. That was at Jerez, of course. And he's taken 1 win this weekend, so could he make it 2 wins when we go racing on Sunday? He's going to face Jamo Hartling, of course, in race 2. Jamo has been the lightning bolt of the SR Motorsport team this year, so he might be hard pressed, but we'll see how things pan out there. Kaczmarski out of the car. I do love the open face helmet look in a GT3 car. We don't see much of that these days, but it is rather old school. Greets our physiotherapist, Marcus Schreiber, and also Kenneth Heyer as well. Good job, well done by Martin Kaczmarski, who gets greeted by his PTT Racing team. the Kazmarski Group Mercedes-AMG GT3. Did you hear that there? Almost happy, he said.
You want to talk with me, yes?
Yes, I do.
Martin Kazmarski is already down there with our interviewer Izzy Browning, so I suggest we don't waste any more time. She's ready, he's ready. Let's go down there.
Okay, you ready?
All the time.
I'm down here with Martin Kazmarski, our race 1 winner. I mean, you said as you got out of the car that was an absolute pleasure with Kenneth Haya. I mean, that was a fantastic drive to hold on to that. You must be really happy.
Really? I was outside. I don't know how was the rest of the race, but to be honest, it's nice. I'm not so happy because I forgot to get the sunglasses, and it was really big sun to my eyes. And like I'm happy. That was nice, and the another car is really good, and we had a quite nice fight, I think. But it was really nice race.
Did you feel the pressure of Kenneth behind you the whole way? You sort of built a gap, then there's a safety car, built a gap again, safety car. So how was that to cope with?
No. No, I didn't feel the pressure. I think the kind of drivers which are really professional and at that level, it's really good. Like it's having fun to spend the time with them on the race, and I didn't feel the pressure, and it was nice race with them.
And your second win, obviously you're fairly new to GT3 racing, so you must be pretty proud of yourself to come and get the second win and start the weekend on a high.
Not yet. I need more wins to be proud of me. And of course, this is just like I told you before, that's my third race right now. And I have still time to get better and to make me faster, yeah? But the team is nice, the other cars are okay, the other teams, I really like to come here, but I would like to have better weather, because in my city right now is better weather than here in Spain, and can I complain a bit, yeah?
Congratulations, well done. We'll let you get off to the podium.
Thank you, have a nice day. Dziękuję bardzo.
Well, Adam's right, he is quite hard on himself, but there's Martin Kazmarski, our first race winner of the weekend in the GT Winter Series. He's going to head off to the podium with the other drivers, and we're going to head back up to Adam Weller in commentary for all the replays.
Thank you very much, Izzy. Great stuff from Martin Kazmarski. Whether he wants to admit it or not, it was a very good performance. He wins the race from Kenneth Haya. David Thelinius in third position. Joachim Bolting taking fourth, and the Cup 2 win ahead of Pablo Bras. Hubert Darmetko is in sixth place ahead of Werner Panhauser. 8th place for Pierre Elliott in the 115 car. Miguel Gomez and Leandro Martins rounding out our finishing order. Although, of course, in Leandro Martins' case, rounding out the race with the car on a crane. An unfortunate end to the race for Leandro Martins. It was a very exciting start, though, as Haya and Kazmarski ran to the first corner. Haya around the outside would dive into the race lead. David Thelinius would get overtaken there by Hubert Darmetko. So Darmetko third, fourth place for the 111 car. And into the gravel, unfortunately, went Pierre Elliott at one point, but he managed to get the car rolling again. Kazmarski got to the inside of Haya at turn 12, managed to hold it around the outside at turn 13, and he would be our race leader. The 952 car of Gomez ended up in the gravel. We were wondering whether there'd be a safety car, and while we were wondering that, the 911 and the 951 car continued their scrap for Cup 2 honours. Unfortunately, both of those cars would receive a drive-through for starting in the wrong position. Safety car out to recover Miguel Gomez, safety car back in to allow the racing to resume, but unfortunately it wouldn't be long before incident and accident happened again. We rode on board with Thelinius as he tried to get past Leandro Martins, but Martins did manage to get past him at turn 1, and then Martins tried to get past Hubert Darmetko as well, broke his suspension on the rear of the PTT Porsche, both cars into the gravel, and Leandro Martins very much aware that that was his fault. One last safety car and one 2-lap dash left to go. Werner Panhauser did not get the car stopped for turn 1. Thankfully, he avoided everybody else. Pablo Bras got to the inside, or rather, Pablo Bras was overtaken on the inside by Hubert Darmetko. Darmetko, though, went deep into the following corner. However, Bras and Pierre Elliott ahead of Darmetko both did not serve drive-through penalties, so they will eventually be knocked down the order. So then that concludes the GT Winter Series race, but we're not done yet because we are in a few moments going to welcome the Prototype Winter Series onto the grid. Of course, in the next few moments we'll also welcome the GT Winter Series drivers onto the podium with Lukas Gajewski, Martin Kazmarski et al. Will be up there. And you see the prototypes getting ready to go out there on the circuit. And they will be racing into the night. I was out there in the photography areas yesterday watching these cars up close and personal. And I can tell you, it is scintillating watching those cars in action. Lukas Gajewski, though, has managed to get the drivers up with him. So let's go to him now.
Oh yes, absolutely. Thank you very much, Adam. You have already heard the prototype engines roaring into life before this very, very special attraction for tonight. So let's first of all do the podium for race number 1 of the GT Winter Series here in Motorland Aragon. And we start our podium procedures with our GT3 class. And welcome for the first time on the 3rd place of the podium for Schnitzelarm Racing, David Thelenius. In 2nd place for SR Motorsports, Kenneth Heyer. And your winner for PTT Racing is Martin Kaczmarski. Well done to Martin, with big cheers as always downstairs in the pit lane. Jan Jöge, Stefan Lehner and Robin Seelbach from the Gedlich Racing organization running the GT Winter Series with the presentation of the trophies to our top 3 finishers tonight. And of course we'll gather them on the top step of the podium for a final podium picture after race number 1 for the GT Winter Series on Saturday night at Motorland Aragon. One more big round of applause, please, from the pits for our top 3 in GT3. David Thelenius, Kenneth Heyer, and your winner, Martin Kaczmarski. Next up is our Cup 2 class podium for the Porsche 911 Cup Machinery. So let's please welcome, in 3rd place of the podium for PTT Racing, Hubert Darmetko. In 2nd place for Vileco Motorsport, Pablo Bras. And your winner for the first time onto the highest step of the podium in Cup 2 class for Plusline Racing Team, Joachim Bölting. Well done to Joachim and his team as Jan, Robin and Stefan head out once more and once again to present a set of trophies to our winners tonight. Of course, we are very happy to see them again on the circuit tomorrow, and we are going to see them twice tomorrow with a 2nd sprint race and of course with the endurance one coming up later on. One more round of applause, please, for our top 3 finishers in Cup 2, Hubert Darmetko, Pablo Bras and Joachim Bölting, your winner. Thank you very much, guys. That's our podium in Cup 2 and in GT Winter Series, done and dusted indeed. So it's time to get prepped and hyped for something very special. It's something we are going to do for the very first time within the Winter Series package. And this is a race heading into the night. Prototype Winter Series is back on our schedule and it's back in style here in Motorland Aragon. Night race for the prototypes coming up next.
Well, let's hope you're not afraid of the dark then, because we are racing into the night in the Prototype Winter Series. Back with a vengeance, back with a loud, sonorous grid of prototype machinery. Danny Sufi is there on the pole position, and he will be the one to watch. He is the first of the championship contenders down there on the grid. Let's go to Izzy Browning, though, for a little bit of pit lane insight.
Everybody, welcome back down to the grid. The light is fading behind us, as you've heard Lucas and Adam say. We are having a night race, which is one of the things we have been most excited about all day for the Prototype Winter Series. It's our final race of the day, and we're going to see if we can speak to some drivers quickly. We've got Danny Sufi on pole over here, and for the first time, he's actually going to be sharing his car. Danny, how are we feeling heading into the night race?
Yeah, feeling good. I always love driving at night, so I'm looking forward to it. We have a pretty solid car, so, you know, just keep our nose clean and get to the mandatory stop, hand it over to Glenn, and see where we finish.
And you said there you're sharing your car for the first time with Glenn Van Berlo, so how does that feel?
It's good. It's been fun working with Glenn. You know, he's driven here before in the P3, so I've been kind of leaning on him and learning a lot. So yeah, it's been fun working with him, and I'm enjoying it.
Should be a good race for you then.
Absolutely.
Good luck, best of luck. So that's our pole sitter, Danny Sufi. And then just over here, we've also got the 71 of Kevin Rabin. Kevin Rabin is in the Nova, so the Class N. And for the first time, we've also got a Class 4 at the back of the grid too. We're just going to grab one quick word with Kevin. Kevin, how are we feeling ahead of this race?
Yeah, it's okay. Thank you.
Going to have a good one?
Yeah, I hope to get a good result on this, but yeah, I'm getting quite good, so yeah.
All right, best of luck. Thanks for speaking to us. Okay, we're going to head towards the end of the grid now because we're going to get the 1 minute board very soon. So we've got the number 42 car over here. That is Julien Lemoine. He's taken one win in the series so far, but that, as you hear, the cars are starting up, so we're going to have to get off the grid. We'll head up to Adam.
It's good noise, that, isn't it? Great stuff. The the LMP3 cars fire up, and we get ready to go racing once again. The Prototype Winter Series is back, and they're back under the cover of darkness with Danny Sufi leading them away. Sufi second in the championship as it stands to Sandro Holtzum, but Sandro isn't present this weekend, so it's going to be Danny versus Kevin Rabin on the run down to the first corner. We've got some new drivers that I'm sure I'll get the chance to tell you about as well during this one. One of them is Maxim Dirks, and he is here with Gebhardt Motorsport. Great to welcome Gebhardt Motorsport. They, incidentally, welcome a new car into their fold. They are moving over to Duquesne after some years racing the Ginetta LMP machine. The cars are rolling for this night race. It is a truly spectacular sight to see these cars under the cover of darkness. It is a 50-minute race, and we'll have a mandatory pit stop in the middle. Let's take a look then at the grid for this one. Danny Sufi is our pole sitter, 153.003, good enough to put him ahead of Kevin Rabin on the front row. Maxim Dirks for Gebhardt Motorsport in third. Race winners from Portimao, Clement Moreno and Julien Lemoine, will be hoping for a good start from row 2. Steve Parrow, he'll hand over to Daniel Kalvitz later on, of course. He's joined by Juan Pablo Vega, the number 18 Molnar Motorsport car. John Brownson is next in the number 3 DKR engineering machine, and just behind him will be Eco Sigret, or Eco Sigret, I should say, in the ANS Motorsport Ligier JSP4. So ANS Motorsport entering 3 cars, all different cars. They've got the Nova Proto, they've got the Ligier JSP4, and of course the Ligier JSP320 from ANS Motorsport. So then, Conrad Motorsport's Danny Sufi will lead the way. Just to circle back around to Gebhardt Motorsport and Maxim Dirks for a moment, I do think this is going to be a strong team, so I'll cover them. Dirks is now 19 years old, having started karting at 16. He's a karting champion previously in the Netherlands and in Belgium. His parents are both from a racing background as mechanics and driver coaches, and he himself is being coached by Marco Werner. He's tested LMP3s before, he's never raced LMP3s before. The racing driver and marketing student sharing with Valentino Catalano, who has raced for the last couple of years in LMP3 machines, came fourth in both the Asian Le Mans Series and Prototype Cup Germany last year, taking a victory in each of those series. So I do suspect that the Gebhardt Motorsport crew is going to be one to watch. I note that Julien Lemoyne is third on the queue of cars. Now he needs to be fourth on the grid, so let's just make sure that is rectified in due course. We are doing an additional lap under the safety car by the looks of it, which I was not anticipating. In fact, I should have been anticipating it because it has been written into the regulations. The crews, the teams requesting 2 laps of safety car because it does take a little bit more time to get these cars under temperature versus some of the others. And the Fiat Panda has one more lap at the head of the queue. Danny Sufi, as he alluded to, will be handing over to Glenn Van Berlo. Glenn Van Berlo, who of course has raced Lamborghini GT3 cars to a very prolific degree in GT Open, in World Challenge, in just about any series. He's a very, very quick hand indeed. Also, of course, competed in ELMS in an LMP3, including here at Arágon, as Sufi alluded to. Danny, of course, with a slightly more diverse background of drifting and MX-5 racing before jumping over to Germany from his native Texas to pursue the dream of racing in high-level international sports car competition. Julien Lemoyne and Clement Moreno, I alluded to their race victory, of course, in Portimao. Lemoyne did the Ligier European Series and GT Winter Series last year. Clement Moreno is formerly a racer in the Eurocup Silhouette Series in France. Both of them fairly rapid and consistent. We've seen that rewarded with victories before. Of course, a factor to consider here is the mandatory pit stop times, which vary depending on how strong your driver lineup is. For Lemoyne and Moreno, because they're both bronze drivers, they have an 86-second time to serve in the pits from pit in to pit out. For John Brownson and Lawrence Herr, it's 119 seconds. Lawrence Herr is a gold driver, of course, and the same applies to Steve Parrow and Daniel Kylwitz, who are also bronze and gold respectively. And so they will have 119 seconds from pit in to pit out, whereas the rest of the field all have to stop in the pit lane or all have to be in the pit lane from pit in to pit out for 148 seconds. That is 2 minutes and 28 seconds. So that is a very long pit stop. And of course, if there's a drama out there on circuit, such as someone in the safety car, someone in the gravel causing a safety car, that means that the pit stop handicap really does swing the momentum in favour of the bronzes of the driver lineups that aren't silver or above. So then this time the drivers will get into formation. Those at the front of the order with the big pit stop handicaps to consider, which is 3 of your top 4. They will be hoping to get away, build a gap, and most importantly, not get held up by any safety cars. It's Danny Sufi on pole position. Kevin Rabin is next. He really hustles that Nova NP02. Can he hustle his way into the lead as the race gets started? Red lights on, red lights off, and we go racing for 50 minutes under the cover of darkness in the Prototype Winter Series. We ride on board with Maxime Dirks into the first corner, and it is Danny Sufi that leads the way. Sufi at the front of the order from Rabin in second place, from Maxime Dirks in third, Julien Lemoyne in fourth, and Juan Pablo Vega in fifth place. The 66 car of Steve Parrow follows in sixth position as they get underway for this 50-minute race plus 1 lap. The the pit stop window will open once the race is 20 minutes old, and then remain open for 10 minutes. So it'll open with 20 minutes of the race complete and close with half an hour of the race complete. Danny Sufi has had an electric start then to this race. He is our race leader. Great to see that Ligier JSP4 as well at the back of the field. Makes a very different sound, the 3.7 litre V6 versus the big V8s and all the other cars. Of course, the LMP3s, so distinctive, so loud, so thunderous. 5.6 litre Nissan V8s in those things. The NP02 Nova of Kevin Rabin is a 5 litre Ford V8. They are all running in separate classes, of course. The LMP3 cars have their own class, the Novas have their own class. Just Kevin Rabin entered into that category. And the new for this weekend, Class 4 for the Ligier JSP4. Just one car in that class, but great to see that Ligier there on the grid for the first time. It's Sufi from Rabin, from Dirks then, our top three. Of course, Kevin Rabin making his initial steps into car racing here in the Prototype Winter Series. Solid karter before, the 16-year-old Swiss racer. And if I remember correctly, our photographer for the series, Daniel Bjergin, was telling me about having some pictures that he found from a couple of years ago while Rabin was still in karts, and he is as bemused as anyone as to just how quickly Rabin has taken to driving a big V8 prototype. He runs second overall at the moment. And you hear the distinctive engine note of Eco Segre's Ligier JSP4. There it is. Really impressive machine in the hands of someone who is racing a JSP4 for the first time, as I understand it. That being Eco Segre, who raced a CN class car, the kind of precursor to LMP3, open top prototype in France, and is now moving into the Ligier European Series in 2024. So getting his eye in the Ligier JSP4 this weekend. There is Kevin Rabin in the ANS Motorsport Nova MP02. Of course, ANS Motorsport, that stands for Activity Nicolas Schatz. Nicolas Schatz is a very, very quick driver, and also the team boss, of course, a driver who is coaching the likes of Kevin Rabin, the likes of Julien Lemoyne. He was doing a bit of driving in all three cars earlier in the weekend. I got the chance to have a chat to him, and I think he's quite impressed by Kevin Rabin's performances. Danny Sufi, certainly impressive at the front. I should pass on my well wishes to Franz Conrad, who is a little bit under the weather at the moment. Not here this weekend. He hopes to be back at Barcelona, but get well soon, Franz. He'll be more than a little perked up by the sight of his number 7 car at the front of the order, though. Most of the field is spreading out somewhat, with the potential exception of Parrow and Brownson in 6th and 7th. They seem like they might be closing slightly. There is Julien Lemoyne in the 42 car. You see the flames out of the side of these cars as they downshift into the tighter corners. You can see that there are floodlights installed around the circuit for this race to try and shed some light onto the important parts of the circuit for our competitors, as well as our cameras and anyone trackside. Danny Sufi already 3 seconds clear at the front of the order, so building a lead here with Glenn van Berlo waiting in the wings. There's Maxime Dirks in 3rd place, Julien Lemoyne in 4th position. As I said, Maxime, fairly fresh blood to LMP3 competition. The Gebhardt Motorsport team is anything but fresh blood in terms of prototype racing, though. A team with decades of history, dating back to the Group C era with their own chassis. Bit of a lock-up there from Maxime Dirks, the driver or the team that I'm talking about, the 80 car with a bit of a moment there. Gebhardt Motorsport previously in the late 80s, early 90s were entering those fabulous Gebhardt chassis with Momo colours on the car. Subsequently, in more recent times, have been racing both with the Gebhardt chassis in historic competition and in Prototype Cup Germany. Are now moving into the Duquesne chassis with an eye towards fighting for the title in the 2024 Prototype Cup Germany. Sufi through turn 18, another driver from the ADAC and Creventic joint venture that is Prototype Cup Germany. Of course, the Prototype Wind Series is new for 2024, so he made his first appearance in the paddock at Estoril in January, and also last year made his first appearances at the Nordschleife in the NLS and subsequently in the Nürburgring 24 Hours in a GT3 Lamborghini Huracan entered by Conrad Motorsport. He's been on a whirlwind tour of international racing with Conrad over the last couple of years. And it is now truly international by coming down to Iberia and competing in the Prototype Winter Series. Danny Sufi is some 4 seconds clear at the front of the order, but Kevin Rabin not too far off him on lap pace. Maxime Dirks with a good showing currently in P3, but he'll be looking to hand over to Valentino Catalano in a strong position. And then, of course, you've got to consider the fact that once again, at some point in the next 20 minutes, the race is going to absolutely turn on its head as people start to make pit stops. In just under 11 minutes' time, the pit window will open. And things will get a little bit crazy out there on circuit as Julien Lemoyne and Clement Moreno make their pit stop, which again, I remind you, will be 86 seconds in length, 1 minute and 26. Versus the 2-minute 28-second pit stop, 148-second pit stop that will have to be served by our race-leading car, Danny Sufi. Let's ride on board with Sufi for a little while if we can then. Well, maybe not, but Sufi running there through the last couple of corners. You could see the bouncing there. There's not at all any give to have in the number 7 car. These LMP3 machines not with much in the way of suspension travel, and you can really feel it when the surface is smooth and really feel it when the surface is rough. Danny Sufi's first ever race in an LMP3 car occurred at the Lausitz ring, which hasn't been repaved for a while, and when the LMP3 cars are on the circuit, you can kind of tell. It was quite the bouncy ride for Sufi and co that weekend. Of course, the season starting at Estoril, and starting, unfortunately, with the wrong kind of bang for Danny Sufi. Collided with Sandro Holtzum in the first race in what were torrential conditions. Race 2, though, was a victory for him. Portimao was actually quite dramatic for the Conrad Motorsport driver. Mechanical issues et al. Causing problems. It was a mechanical issues in race 1 and a drive-through penalty in race 2, unfortunately, for Danny Soufi. So 6th and 4th was all he could manage at Portimao. So he needs a strong weekend here to secure himself a shot at the championship. Again, he's the first driver in the championship standings who is here this weekend since Sandra Holzem isn't present. There is Juan Pablo Vega in the number 18 car. Molnar Motorsport continuing to compete here in the Prototype Winter Series, also continuing with their driver shootout process. Juan Pablo Vega and Will Stowell, both part of that. Stowell has been selected for the final of that shootout, where the prize is a full season ride with Molnar Motorsport in 2024. A lot of very promising talents have entered that shootout process. Most of those shootouts have been going on in the precursors to our events, in the build to our events. And it has been interesting to see the Molnar Motorsport car piloted by different youngsters every weekend. Danny Soufi then continues to build his lead, 6.3 seconds to the good at the sharp end of the order. Kevin Rabin is there in second place. Of course, both of those drivers and the Gebhardt Motorsport crew all have to make 2-minute 28-second long pit stops. So come what may, we suspect that all things going well, Julien Lemoyne and Clement Moreno will at some point lead this race because of the shortness of their pit stop. The question will be, can the likes of Soufi or Rabin or Gebhardt Motorsport's Derricks and Catalano do anything to catch them back up again? That's kind of the beauty of the format. It's a bit like a handicap race in that sense. Of course, Danny Soufi this time has a bit of a driver extraordinaire in the back pocket in the form of Glenn Van Berlo. Van Berlo is a silver-rated driver, but he's a jolly quicksilver. And Soufi, as he said, has been picking up tips and tricks this weekend, since Van Berlo already has LMP3 experience around here. There's John Brownson. We saw him briefly there in the number 3 DKR Engineering Duquesne. He will hand over to young Lawrence Hurt. Brownson raced Star Mazdas, sports cars, other single-seaters in the US for the better part of 15 years, maybe a little bit more than that, before finally hopping into an LMP3 car for the first time. He has spent the last 5 or so years running both in the US and Europe in LMP3 machinery. Lawrence Hurt, meanwhile, came up through the junior single-seater ranks, of course, and has spent the last several years collaborating with Norma. First did so with DKR, I should say. First did so in 2019. Eco Segre has not crossed the line, and there is a double-waved yellow flag at turn 16. Danny Soufi is heading down the back straight towards turn 16 at the moment, where Eco Segre is stopped. So Segre is stopped at the hairpin in the number 6 car. And that looks rather like a technical issue, doesn't it? The JSP4 car is off the pace, of course, of the LMP3s. So he was on his own when it happened. One has to assume that something has gone awry mechanically in that car. Now, I think that everything possible will be done to keep this race going rather than go to a safety car, because the pit stop handicaps are rather negated or made very complicated by a safety car. So race control will be examining any possibility to do anything other than a safety car, so the pit stop handicaps don't get thrown into disarray. Of course, the handicaps themselves won't change, but the effect the handicaps will have on the race will change significantly if the field is suddenly compacted together. Danny Sufi will be firmly crossing his fingers that the race stays green. Of course, Julian Lemoyne and Clement Moreno were the beneficiaries last time a safety car came out in the prototype Winter Series, claiming that race win in Portimao after their pit stop cushion was rather further extended by the safety car period. Danny Sufi continues to run well. Lovely drone shot there as we run into the night. Maxime Dirix, the glowing brake discs there into turn 14. The sound of the cars through turn 13 and 14 is spectacular. Of course, you have that big wall, that stone wall, in the backdrop, and the sounds of the cars really does bounce off that wall, and it's like they're coming at you from all angles if you're standing there. Not a publicly accessible area, but you can get there through the access roads if you have the right accreditations, and it is deafeningly loud. Danny Sufi almost 10 seconds to the good now on Kevin Rabin at the front of the order. He will be, in the back of his mind, thinking about the implications of that stationary number 6 car. He will have noticed it and he will know what could happen. But for now, he's focusing on building that gap. He's 34 seconds clear of Julian Lemoyne in 4th place. That is the car, the 42 Ligier JSP 320, that, of course, has that 86-second stop, whereas this Conrad car has 148. Almost a minute longer. In fact, it is just over a minute longer, 62 seconds longer. And that is not a small amount of time. Sufi heads down towards turn 16 again. Let's see if we can see what the progress is this time with the JSP4. Couldn't really see it there. I don't know if it's actually been rescued. But hopefully they have been able to cover it. It was initially under double yellows. It's now single yellow flags down at turn 16. Gap this time by between Sufi and Rabin is 11.1 seconds. So Rabin continuing to lose out here. 1.3 seconds slower on that lap. There is Lemoyne and Moreno. As the only all-bronze pairing on the circuit, with the pit handicaps being what they are, it is fairly safe to assume that they will be leading this race at some point. The question is, by how much? And that is a question that will be answered in the next 10 minutes, because the pit window has just opened on this race. Pit window is now open, and I wouldn't mind betting that a couple of drivers take the opportunity to pit early. Steve Parrow and John Brownson both have gold drivers, of course, waiting in the wings. Parrow indeed is in the pit lane, and he will hand over to Daniel Karlwitz. So Karlwitz, a former ADAC GT Masters and FIA GT3 European champion, is there with his seat insert ready to go. And the 66 car pulls up into pit lane, of course, with a effectively 2-minute pit in to pit out time, 119 seconds. They do have room for somewhat leisurely pit stop work. However, it is only 2 minutes. They don't want to take any longer with the pit stop than they have to, of course. Calvitz gets belted in then. Also in is John Brownson, so as anticipated, Brownson hands the car over as quickly as he can to his hot shoe, Lawrence Hurt, who has previously raced the World Endurance Championship in GT3, LMP2 in the World Endurance Championship and the European Le Mans Series. We have 2 more cars in. Kevin Rabin is into the pit lane. Maxime Dirks is into the pit lane. So 2 more pit stops. Meanwhile, is this Danny Soufi? I think it might be Danny Soufi. Yes, Soufi continues on in the lead. So we'll see when he hands over to Glenn Van Berlo. And we'll see where he is relative to the likes of Lemoyne and potentially the likes of Calvitz, although Calvitz's time, well, Calvitz has inherited a car that was over a minute back from the lead, so I suspect he won't be anywhere near the race lead battle when things shake back out. Molnar Motorsport welcomes Juan Pablo Vega into pit lane, and now the car will be handed over to Will Stowell, who has most recently been racing Pragas in both the UK and abroad, doing some Supercar Challenge races in a Praga. And before that, did some karting in the UK. I believe he's also actually an employee of Aston Martin as an aerodynamicist and dynamic vehicle dynamics engineer as well. So he's very well aware of how to set a car up well, which is definitely a strength to have as a racing driver, and he's pursuing that racing dream again after a few years away before coming back into Pragas in 2022. And he's very much impressed Molnar Motorsport from what I gather in the last several days of running. And again, is in contention with the Molnar Motorsport shootout to maybe get himself a full season seat with Molnar across the summertime. Danny Soufi, our race leader, is into the pit lane then, which means that everybody has now made their visit to the pits already. There is Clement Moreno. Moreno heading through 8 and 9 at the moment. Now, if my maths is correct, which is always a gargantuan if, that car should be our race leader. Now, it wasn't actually as quick of a stop as it could have been for Moreno and Lemoyne. It was a 93-second pit stop, so they actually took about 7 seconds longer than they needed to in the pits. Meanwhile, I am unfortunately going to have to report that no, actually just about in the window, Valentino Catalano and Maxime Dirks, the Gebhardt Motorsport crew, actually almost nailed it. 2 minutes and 29, with 2 minutes 28 being the handicap. So they actually did that just about perfectly. Glenn Van Berlo will be adjusting the belts and getting ready to go in the Conrad Motorsport car. In just a few seconds, it will be underway. Van Berlo launches the car off. Now it's a short run down there to that pit exit. He might need to back off a little bit. The time's at 2:24, 2:25, 26, and yes, he's safe. He's within the window. 2 minutes 30 is the pit stop for Glenn Van Berlo and Danny Soufi. They will rejoin the race in second. Clement Moreno, who's already passed the pit lane and is our leader. However, I'm pretty sure Van Berlo is back out there in second place. Yes, he is. Kevin Rabin goes through shot now in the Nova Proto in third place. So this, as anticipated, is your race leader, Clement Moreno, in the number 42 A&S Motorsport Ligier JSP 320. And we'll figure out the gap when they cross the line again next time. I would suspect it's somewhere in the 20 to 25 second margin potentially. In fact, it could be less than that, because was that Van Berlo through shot there? It might have been, actually. We'll have to keep an eye on that. I think it could be a little bit lower than I was expecting, the gap between Moreno and Van Berlo. So Clement is going to have to fight quite hard to hold on to the lead that he's inherited through the pit stop window and the handicaps. That is Van Berlo in second place, and that gap can't be more than about 7, 8, 9 seconds. So Van Berlo is now hunting, and he's certainly got less than the length of the massive back straight here to make up. Moreno powers out to the hairpin. Van Berlo arrives at the hairpin. I'm not used to this driver combination. Soufi and Van Berlo is a bit of a worlds collide lineup, it must be said. Catalano under some pressure then from Daniel Kalvitz in the battle for fourth overall. Kalvitz, of course, the gold-rated driver. Both of these drivers are strong. I expect this to be quite an exciting fight. The gap between the top two is now confirmed at 5.2 seconds. That is a gap that Moreno is going to have to work very hard to try and use to his advantage. Frankly, most of the smart money would be on Van Berlo, but maybe Clement Moreno can pull something out of the bag. Pit window is still open, of course. However, it is already been really used for its purpose. Everybody has made their stop. So two interesting battles on circuit. Catalano and Kalvitz for fourth position. They're also in danger of being caught by Lawrence Herr, who is setting an electric pace in the Duquet in a 153.7 last time across the line. Here is your battle then for fourth place, bouncing across the curbs. The pair of Duquesnes from Gebhardt Motorsport and DKR. Kalvitz is flashing the headlights. Meanwhile, Moreno and Van Berlo are something closer to 2 seconds apart now out there on the circuit. So the gap that was 5.1 in half a lap, more or less, is already more like 1.5 seconds. I think as they come across the line, they are going to be very close this time. As are Catalano and Kalvitz. It is 0.8 of a second for the leads. 0.8 of a second between Moreno and Van Berlo. Van Berlo has caught up exceedingly quickly, as one may expect of a driver of his caliber. And it will not be too long before we see him challenging for the lead. In fact, is he already through? I don't think he's there yet, but as we come into turn 5, we might get a slightly better view of who is in the lead. It is going to the inside, Van Berlo, and he is now your race leader. Glenn Van Berlo makes it look easy there at turn 5. Glenn Van Berlo is your new race leader, and while that was going on, unfortunately, we had to pick a side. Daniel Kalvitz has gotten past Valentino Catalano as well. So we've had two changes for position there. Kalvitz and Catalano will be heading through turns 2 and 3 at the moment. In fact, already I think at 4 and 5. Yes, they are. We see them through shot. And Daniel Kalvitz has moved into 4th position for he and Steve Parrow. Now it's going to be a big task for Daniel Kalvitz to close in on Kevin Rabin. Looking at the lap times Perhaps Calvert's can make something happen, but I think it would take a slip-up from Kevin Rabin. Calvert's last lap was a 54.8, however that was a lap that included an overtake, so we'll see his true pace in due course. But the driver that is setting the circuit alight right now out there on the circuit is Lawrence Hur, who is about 11 seconds back from Valentino Catalano, and I would not mind betting that there will be a battle for 5th place before the end of this one. 18 minutes and 35 seconds remain in the first of 2 races in the Prototype Winter Series. We are in the dark here for the first time ever at a Giedlick Racing Winter Series event. You see there some of the GT teams moving their furniture around before they head back to the hotel for the evening. And rather unusually, as they work in the dark, drivers are also still working in the dark. We don't get this often. It's the first time we've done this in Giedlick Racing. When I say we don't do this often, I mean we don't do it often within our organisation. Of course, there is a lot of night racing around the world, and those with experience of it are certainly going to be thriving given the circumstances at play here. Lawrence Hur on the previous lap was 3.2 seconds quicker than Valentino Catalano, a 1 minute 53.236 for Lawrence Hur versus Valentino Catalano on a 1:56.488. We see both of them through camera shot there. That is a battle that is definitely going to take place before the end of the race. Van Berlo heads into the hairpin there in the number 7 car. Clement Moreno in 2nd position. Powers out of turn 16 of this wonderful 5.3 kilometre Motorland Aragon circuit. Van Berlo really just needs to manage it from here. That said, he just set the car's fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute 54.0, so while he does just need to manage, he does also have the option of pushing, and pushing he most certainly is. .1 seconds the gap now between 1st and 2nd place. There is Lawrence Hur, who's again gone fastest in the middle sector. And again, the gap will go down in the battle for 5th and 6th place. It's down to 5.1 seconds now. Incredible speed then from the DKR Engineering driver Lawrence Hur, who of course has appeared in the World Endurance Championship, in LMP2s as well as GTE cars. He's done a bit of GT and a bit of LMP in the World Endurance Championship and the European Le Mans Series. Has developed into a very, very capable endurance racing driver, has Lawrence Hur. Glenn Van Berlo is, of course, maybe slightly newer, slightly earlier steps of his endurance racing adventure. However, he is one of those silvers that I suspect is waiting for the phone call from the FIA at the end of the season to say, sorry mate, you're gold. Of course, being a silver-rated driver can be quite a handy thing, especially as championships like the World Endurance Championship now require a bronze, a silver and a gold or platinum in the GT3 class in the World Endurance Championship. And in general, if you're a bronze or a silver rated driver and you're a quick bronze or silver rated driver, that can lead to some really exciting opportunities for you. Van Berlo 8.5 seconds clear. Last lap was a 1:53.2 6:10. So he's going quicker and quicker still. Gap between Catalano and her is down to 3.8 seconds in the battle for 5th place. So again, we expect those two to get close together on circuit soon enough. Will Stowell there in the Molnar Motorsport car. Last lap was a 1:58.7. I don't know how much racing in the dark Will Stowell has done before. I'd hasten a guess that it's not much. At least maybe not in cars. He might have done some karting in the dark under floodlights, but certainly not cars. He's getting to grips with it and improving his pace as he goes at the moment. Van Berlo crosses the line now. He is our race leader. He comes down the main straight, pursued still by Clement Moreno. Moreno, of course, is losing time nonetheless, but I think for now Moreno looks fairly strong relative to Kevin Rabin. Rabin in 3rd place overall is lapping about 1.5 seconds a lap quicker. However, the gap is 14 seconds with 12 minutes and 35 seconds left to go. It's probably going to be a lot closer by the time we get to the flag, but I think Moreno at present pace will hold on. I am less convinced of the prospects for Valentino Catalano, though. The gap is down to 1.8 seconds in the battle for 5th place, so it continues to fall. 1.8 seconds faster on the last lap was Lawrence Herr, which means the total gap is 1.8 seconds, which suggests that next time by the gap will be nothing. Let's see what happens there then. Lawrence Herr versus Valentino Catalano for 5th place. They'll be heading through turns 4, 5, 6, 7 at the moment. We await a car coming into view at the hairpin. We can hear it, and in a moment we'll be able to see it. Who is it? Is it going to be the leader? I think it will be Glenn Van Berlo. No, in fact, it's Will Stowell. Took my thunder away from me a little bit there. I thought that was Glenn. But 11 minutes and 25 of the race left to go, and unfortunately Will is going to go a lap down because just behind him is Glenn Van Berlo there. Van Berlo's had the indicator on for the entirety of his stint, but that doesn't seem to be slowing him down any. Van Berlo turns into the first corner. Dutchman, who of course comes from a racing family. We had his father Marcel Van Berlo racing with us in the GT Wind Series at Valencia in a Porsche 992 Cup car. Glenn was at one point on the entry list, but he was only there to coach that weekend. Great to have him racing with us. Marcel has raced Supercar Challenge and the like when Van Berlo was just a wee lad, or when younger Van Berlo Jr. was just a wee lad. The battle is coming up to turn 1 now then for 5th place. Through shot now comes the battle for P5. So Valentino Catalano and Lawrence Herr are going at it now. Herr has closed in on Catalano. The gap is just half a second between the two of them. And I wouldn't mind betting we see 2 sets of headlights side by side as we approach turn 7. We see them through 5 there, very close together. As they approach T7, will it be... Yes, it is still the Gebhardt Motorsport car ahead of Lawrence Herr. Now, can Catalano try and fight off Lawrence Herr? Both drivers have LMP3 experience, albeit there's more experience certainly in the number 3 cockpit. And Lawrence Herr looked like he was lining up a move at turn 12. We'll see whether that's the case as they run through 12. But We just see there the 42 car powering out of the corner. There is the battle. It's still Catalano just ahead of Lawrence Herr. Herr gets a decent run, not a spectacular run, out of turn 15. Through shot goes Kalvitz in 4th place. Here now we see the headlights of Catalano and Herr. And Herr dives to the inside at turn 15, turn 16. And yes, he gets through, rather rudely pushes Catalano onto the curbs on his way through. But through he is. Lawrence Herr gets past into 5th place then. His next target is Daniel Kalvitz, and those are the 2 quickest cars on circuit right now. I think Kalvitz will be hard-pressed to lose that much time to Lawrence Herr. 11.4 seconds, and they're both in the low-mid 153s. However, I do have questions about Kalvitz perhaps getting to the back of Kevin Rabin. Kalvitz is about 2 seconds a lap quicker, and the gap is at 8 seconds with 7 minutes and 50 seconds to go. So potentially Rabin might have to fight for that overall podium once all is said and done. Lawrence Herr now disappearing up the road ahead of Valentino Catalano then. Catalano, of course, also a youngster. It's a very young lineup at Gebhardt Motorsport. Maxim Dirks is 19, Catalano is 18. Catalano graduated from karts to Formula 4 back in 2020. Managed to finish 5th in the Formula 4 French Championship in 2020. 5th in the championship with 4 podiums. Dived into LMP3 in 2022 in the European Le Mans Series, and has been racing with DKR Engineering in 2023 in Asia and in Germany. Is now running with Gebhardt Motorsport this weekend in the rather fabulously liveried number 80 car. You'll get a better look at the car, of course, on Winter Series Sunday tomorrow in the second of the 2 50-minute plus 1 lap races. There's a rather fabulous pop art livery on that car. Your order then, with 6 minutes and 15 to go, is Glenn Van Berlo now 20 seconds clear of Clement Moreno, so he's continued to build that lead and build it well. Moreno has 10 seconds, well 9 seconds over Kevin Rabin in 3rd. There's Daniel Kalvitz, who runs in P4. Kalvitz is some 12 seconds clear of this man. Lawrence Herr in 5th place. And then it's Catalano in P6, who we hear going through shot there too. Kalvitz and Parro, a lineup we've seen all season long in the Prototype Winter Series. Steve Parro, not to break the illusion, of course, is racing under a pseudonym. Captain Jack Steve Parro. And Christian Captain Hook, of course, is also in the Rinaldi Racing lineup this weekend, albeit in the GT Winter Series. Kalvitz crosses the line then. What is the gap between he and Rabin? It's down to 5.1 seconds, so we see the Nova and the Ligier go through shot, and by the time this race ends, of course, 4 minutes 35 plus 1 lap, and it might be that plus 1 lap that comes back to haunt Kevin Rabin. The 16-year-old racer from Switzerland is going to have to do some defending beyond his years, I suspect, here to hold on up against Daniel Kalvitz. overall podium at stake, of course, so Rabin will be keen to stave off the Rinaldi Racing driver. There is Lawrence Herr through shot as well, bouncing across the curbs and taking a liberal approach by the looks of it, track limits on the exit of turn 7. There's Moreno in second. As I alluded to earlier on, did some national racing in the Eurocup Silhouette class, which is not something talked about much internationally, but they're quite cool cars. Someone entered a Eurocup car in Preventic a year or two ago. Pretty impressive pieces of kit. I think somewhere around GT4 pace, somewhere just beyond GT4 pace. Rabin powers out of turn 16, and Daniel Kalvitz will definitely have seen those tail lights on the A&S Motorsport number 71. There's Lawrence Herr in 5th place, but it's Kalvitz who is the man to watch right now. If you're in the A&S Motorsport garage, the gap is 3.5 seconds. So again, 4.5 seconds. I can't do maths anymore. 4.5 seconds between Rabin and Kalvitz. So it is still going down, albeit I think Kevin Rabin might have been given the hurry up, because his last lap was a 154.513, which I think is one of his very first laps in the sub 1 minute 55 bracket. So Rabin has been probably told on the headset, go, and go some more, to try and stave off Daniel Kalvitz. So Kalvitz was 1.2 seconds quicker last time by. He's previously been more like 2 seconds a lap quicker. Van Berlo is on his 24th lap of the race. And is almost 30 seconds to the good over our race leader. There is Kevin Rabin. There is Daniel Kalvitz. You can see that the gap has closed already on this lap. I don't think that's 4.5 seconds anymore. The Nova, in certain instances, in other categories, can be, frankly, a little bit quicker than the LMP3 cars, but it is BOP'd somewhat in this series. Let's see what the gap is this time. Incidentally, the gap between Moreno and Rabin is also closing, 4.6 seconds. I don't think Rabin is going to get to the back of Moreno in the next 2 laps. It's 2 laps to go. However, I do think Daniel Kalvitz is going to be there with Kevin Rabin in a lap, maybe less. There's Rabin, there's Kalvitz. Battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th place. Albeit I think Moreno should just about be able to hold on, so long as he doesn't succumb to the pressure of seeing those headlights appearing in his rearview mirror. Question is, what about young Kevin Rabin? I've been mightily impressed with his performances this season in the Prototype Winter Series. But Daniel Kalvitz is a bit of a master at this whole sports car racing lark. Many times a champion, a Pro-Am winner at both the Spa 24 Hours and the Nürburgring 24 Hours with Rinaldi Racing. So a long-standing relationship between team and driver there with Kalvitz and Rinaldi. And a very much decorated resume for Kalvitz as well. The clock has hit 0, and Van Berlo has crossed the line to begin what will be the final lap of the race. Moreno heads into the braking zone in 2nd position. Where is Rabin? Where is Kalvitz? There they are, and they are together. This is going to be a last lap scrap for the final podium cap. Kevin Rabin will have his mirrors full of Daniel Calvert's as they head down to the first corner, full of Daniel Calvert's LEDs, to be a little more specific about it. Has to be absolutely blinding in these very diminutive, compact cars. I must say, I just saw marshals running there at turn 4-5. I hope no one's had an off there. There are no yellow flags. Hopefully they were just going for a jog then. There's Moreno in second place. He is safe there, it seems. But will Kevin Rabin be the last podium sitter? I think the LMP3 car is stronger in a straight line than the Nova, so that could be the undoing of Kevin Rabin's bid for the podium. The straight line speed advantage of the LMP3 car. They head towards turn 12 now. Van Berlo will not be too far away from the checkered flag. But Kevin Rabin, as Daniel Calvert's not too far away from him at all. Through 14 and 15, Rabin needs the best run he can get as the checkered flag flies for Glenn Van Berlo. Van Berlo has won the race along with Danny Sufi for Conrad Motorsport. Clement Moreno will likely take it home to second place, but who will emerge in third place between Calvert's and Rabin? Calvert's has a nose ahead as they head to the final corner. Rabin on the outside, side by side for third place. Calvert's has the inside line, that becomes the outside for 17, but he has the car ahead. It'll be Clement Moreno who crosses the line to take second place, and Daniel Calvert on the last lap claims an overall podium for himself and Steve Parrow. Kevin Rabin valiantly picked up that pace and tried to fight against Calvert's, but fourth was the best he could manage. Lawrence Herr takes fifth place. Valentino Catalano will be crossing the line now to take P6. Here he comes across the line. And Will Stowell has crossed the line, finished seventh already, a lap down. So Glenn Van Berlo and Danny Sufi have won a race together on their first race appearance together in the Prototype Winter Series. A really strong effort from Glenn and Danny. 35 seconds clear at the end of the race, even with a pit stop that was in excess of a minute longer than their closest competition. Danny and Glenn will be celebrating moderately this evening because, of course, they have to race tomorrow morning as well. But that was a delightful performance from the Conrad Motorsport duo, and also from Daniel Calvert's there. He had a really, really rapid stint in the Rinaldi Racing Ligier JSP 320. And he and Steve Parrow will get to stand on the podium after that late manoeuvre. Danny Sufi then will move into the championship lead with his second win of the season, which is also only, I say only in inverted commas, his second podium of the season after a difficult run at Portimao. There is Danny Sufi standing with the Conrad team. I see you, Dan, by the way. Dan, one of the Conrad engineers. Out of the car then comes Glenn Van Berlo. Good job, well done from Glenn. Franz Conrad will no doubt be on the phone later to explain the few areas where they could have improved the performance, but he'll be delighted with the race win as well. Glenn Van Berlo takes off the helmet and we see the Ligier JSP 320 that has taken overall honours in this race. You see Calvitz's car in the back of shot as well, of course. That is the car that got the podium at the very last shot there. You see a Giedlit Racing member of staff there scanning the tyres to ID them properly, make sure that everyone is using the tyres they're supposed to be using. Control Michelin rubber, of course, in the prototype Winter Series, in line with ACO competition. And it is finally, after a much later run into the night, finally it falls silent here for the, I don't know, the resident birds here at Motorland Aragon. They can finally get a bit of respite in. And great to see these spectacular LMP3 machines in the darkness. And we can now head down to Izzy Browning, who has our winners with her.
Yeah, guys, I'm down here with our prototype Winter Series winners for race 1, Glenn Van Berlo and Danny Soufi. Glenn, what a way to start the weekend. That was a statement.
Yeah, absolutely. Danny did a really good job in qualifying and took a huge gap in the first stint and then handed it over to me. It's always such a joy to drive around this track in the dark. There are no lights, so it's really enjoyable. Fortunately, Franz couldn't be here today because of an accident last week. So yeah, speedy recovery from everyone from the team, and yeah, this win today is for him.
Yeah, we can see in the background just there, we've got a little get well soon Franz sign. Very cute. So Danny, coming to you. I mean, you started that off and you then handed over to Glenn. You're now leading the championship, so that must feel good.
It feels great. It feels great. Honestly, you know, it's great to be out here driving at Arágon, and yeah, it's been surreal. It's super fun to drive. Huge thank you to the whole team for giving us a great car. Normally Franz is our engineer, and even though he had his accident last week, he's been from the hospital bed, giving setup changes and stuff. So it's been good. It was a fun first stint, and Glenn absolutely killed it in the second stint. I mean, setting his fastest lap in the last lap, I think. So well done. So yeah, huge thank you to everyone at Conrad. The boys have been hard at work, and it's been good. So thanks for having us.
Yeah, you're right. He did absolutely crush it on those last few laps as well. So are we going to do that again tomorrow?
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah, I think it's going to be dry tomorrow as of now. During daylight, so conditions will be a bit different, a bit warmer. But nevertheless, I think we have a good balance. So we're trying to do it all over again tomorrow.
Well, it was very fun to watch. Congratulations. Go up to the podium. Nice to see you guys. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
All right, there's our prototype Winter Series Race 1 winners. We are going to go back up to Adam for all the replays of that beautiful race.
Thank you very much, Izzy. Firstly, I believe we'll just quickly check the results of that one. The Conrad Motorsport entry of Glenn Van Berlo and Danny Soufi is your race winner in the prototype Winter Series. Clement Moreno, along with Julien Lemoyne, taking second place ahead of Calvitz and Parro in the Rinaldi Racing 66 car. Kevin Rabin, fourth place ahead of Lawrence Herr in P5. Valentino Catalano in sixth. Will Stowell in 7th, and Nico Segre, unfortunately, not able to get the Ligier JSP4 home at the back of the order. But now, let's take a little bit of a look back at the race under the cover of darkness. It was already pretty much nighttime by the time this one got underway. I heard into the dusk. I think dusk had come and gone by the time we got this race underway in Aragon, and it was Danny Soufi that led the way early on ahead of Kevin Rabin. Rabin would try and match the pace of Soufi, but Soufi would make his way up the order. Franz Conrad having his input on the setup from hospital, as you heard. Do indeed get well soon, Franz. And clearly steering Danny and Glenn in the right direction remotely, as that car looked very well hooked up across the race in what was a beautiful night race in the prototype Winter Series. Some wonderful drone shots to see as well of the cars from way up above. Good job, Barney. And you can see there that towards the end of the race, Daniel Calvitz was making some headway. In the latter half of the race, he closed in on Valentino Catalano, got past him, and then he would later on be there with Kevin Rabin. Glenn Van Berlo, meanwhile, would have to retake the lead because of the pit stop handicaps, which he did with aplomb over Clement Moreno, and with a bit of a block pass, mind you. The number 3 car, Lawrence Herr, gets past Valentino Catalano as well. And no one could best Glenn Van Berlo and Danny Sufi. They are the race winners in the Prototype Winter Series this time out. But as you heard from Van Berlo, they'll have to try and do it again in the daylight on Sunday morning on on Winter Series Sunday, where we'll of course be joined as well by Eurocup 3. It's going to be a very full day of racing from 9 till 6. We are going to be having cars on track and racing. We'll be live shortly before that with all of the action. But what a way to wrap up the day with the Prototype Winter Series, with the cars at their best in the dark, cool air flowing through the radiators, full power on display, and some very, very fast lap times as a result of it. The fastest lap of the race was a 1:53.383. We'll have to see how the daylight affects that, whether we get quicker times or whether the warmer temperatures mean that we get some slightly slower laps in the race number 2. So Van Berlo and Sufi will soon be joining our colleague Lukas Gajewski up on the podium. Moreno and Lemoyne will be there too, as of course will Daniel Calvert. And Steve Parrow and Kevin Rabin will also get the opportunity to collect a trophy for winning the Nova class in the ANS Motorsport Cup. The 71 machine, which we have seen get in amongst it with the LMP3s on a few occasions in the Prototype Winter Series. Of course, briefly led in Estoril in torrential rain. Thankfully, no rain to speak of today. Things are looking dry on Sunday as well, thankfully, for our teams. If you drive into the desert to go racing and it then starts to rain, you might just be cursed, unfortunately. But we do have good weather for Sunday expected. And Lukas Gajewski is now expecting a full quota of drivers on the podium. So let's go down to him.
So here we go with the last podium of tonight in Motorland Aragon for the Prototype Winter Series, brought to you live on Saturday. What a show it's been, and we are ready to bring out the victorious drivers onto the stage and onto the podium. So please welcome, in 3rd place in the LMP3 class for Rinaldi Racing, Steve Parrow and Daniel Keilwitz. In 2nd place for ANS Motorsport, Julien Lemoyne and Clément Moreno. And your winners for Conrad Motorsport, Danny Sufi and Glenn Van Berlo. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, there is one more class winner to be presented on the podium as well. So let's bring him up just as well. The winning driver in Class N for ANS Motorsport is Kevin Rabin. Well done to Kevin, just as well in the only Class N entry, but of course very spectacular to see and to watch as a big, big crew from Geetlich Racing with Sergio, with Robin, Stefan and Jan is heading out onto the podium to present all the trophies to our driver lineups in Prototype Winter Series. It's been a bit of a wait. We had them on the schedule in Estoril and Portimao for the Portuguese leg of the season earlier on. They've been missing from the schedule last time out in Jerez and in Valencia. They came back tonight and they came back in style, not under the lights, but at least with headlights tonight. One more big round of applause, please. Your podium finishers in the Prototype Winter Series night race. And as we are in time, and nobody's hungry, I reckon. Or are you, Steve?
Yes, I'm hungry.
I know, you told me earlier, but there is a bit of a story to the night race tonight, because it's the first time after a long year's wait that you had the chance to drive under the lights.
Yes, I waited 8 years to drive in the night again, and thank you for the Gatelish team to give me that possibility. It was great and enjoyed much. Thank you.
And Daniel, your first time in an LMP3 car at night as well.
Yeah, true. I have a lot of experience in GT cars in night, 24-hour races and so on. But for LMP, that was the first time. And I think we have to adjust a little bit the lights again for the next night race in the LMP car.
Right. Enjoy the dinner in a minute. Just need to speak to our second place drivers, of course, Julien and Clément. Sorry, Kevin, just need to squeeze in. Thank you very much. How did you guys enjoy the experience racing in the night in Arágon?
It's a difficult one for sure. I did not have the opportunity to drive yesterday in the night. It was before the night. So discovering the night in the race is a next level in terms of complexity. So it was tough.
But it was worth it, I guess?
Yeah, it's really great. Arágon is a really great circuit. I think it's one of my favorites. And so with the night, yeah, you have to, to spot new things on the track to brake and to take your throttle and so on. Sometimes you see, the turn. Oh fuck, I'm in the turn, and so and it's the rain now. So we were lucky about the rain because we were really, stressed, about that. But yeah, really great experience, and congrats to Holt because and to you guys because you are really really quick, and it's not easy in the night. So nice. And
I'm gonna hurry up because it might really start raining in a minute. But of course, we need to hear from Kevin. Still a very young racer. How did you like the nighttime experience out there?
Well, of course, it's my first one in the dark, so it was quite hard to find new approach for the braking zones and the track. So it was kind of a challenge. It was okay to catch them up at the first stint, but then with the penalty in the pits, it was kind of hard to catch up. But yeah, we managed it. So yeah.
Kevin, well done to you as well. And of course, Easy has already spoken to our winners. Do you need to add anything, or can we send Steve and all the other guys off to dinner? It's dinner, isn't it? All right, that's agreed on the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, one more big round of applause. Your podium finishers for Prototype Winter Series Night Race here in Arágon. Thank you very much to everybody joining us downstairs in the pits just as well. So that concludes our set of podiums for tonight.
Hi everyone, we're coming to wrap up the day because much like the drivers, we also probably want a little bit of food too. And it's just started raining. Would you believe? So the rain held off for the racers, but didn't hold off for long enough for us to wrap up. Adam, I'm going to come to you first. What a day of racing. What's your highlight from today?
Oh, that's tough. I think it might have to be that battle for second place in the GT4 race. Joel Mesh, try as he might, he couldn't do it, but exemplary fighting from all of them. Really solid stuff.
And he was giving it his everything. I did see him as he came out of the car. He's sort of holding his back a little bit. I think the poor boy's in pain for tomorrow. Lucas, how about you? Highlight for the day?
It has to be the second place fight in GT4 Winter Series, doesn't it? Night racing, always interesting. There is something desperately special about seeing cars racing at nighttime, and especially here there are no floodlights. It's very dark in the surrounding area. It is properly dark. You can see the brakes and everything. I enjoyed some time downstairs in the pits. Fabulous stuff. Well done to everyone. Of course, a bit of a messy ongoing today in Formula Winter Series, GT Winter Series as well. Best of luck for tomorrow that we'll get some clean races in as well.
Well, I'm going to give a different highlight because both of you gave the same one. My highlight has to be Glenn Van Berlo in that final race. I mean, just to get in, have that blistering pace and just be pumping in the laps until the end. That would be my highlight of the day. You look like you've got a thought on that.
One last thing I will say, sportsmanship of the day has to go to Leandro Martins for actually actively pushing out the car he made contact with in the GT race. There's healthy respect at the end of the day.
Very, very true. Oh.
And can I add presenter? I need to add presenter of the day. Adam's here all the time anyway. I'm rubbish anyway. It is you. Thank you very much for joining us. Well done, Easy.
He had to say that. I'll pay him later. All right, that's it for the end of the day for us. We'll be back tomorrow, and tomorrow we'll be joined by Eurocup 3 as well. So make sure you tune in to all the live action. It's going to be a great one.